No! Say it with me, everyone. Say it. No! That's you can join me in upsettedness. Um, I'm under attack. I'm under attack. Very unfortunate business. I'm sorry to say. Hold on one second. Can I find the thing that I was looking for? What was the thing that I was looking for? I'm kind of blanking on what I was looking for here. I should have pulled it up before I said no, because now I'm on the hook for let me see. Is this. Here we go. There we go. See, I'm going to San Francisco tomorrow for a congressional rally. Pretty neat, right? I was told to wear business casual. You know what you travel with for business casual? Guess. That's right, it's a briefcase. So I was looking at briefcases that you can get locally. And unfortunately, there's this really nice place down at Pike Place that's fucking closed on Wednesdays. Closed on Wednesdays. Can you imagine? Honestly. Looks nice though, right? I got my ass. Oh, that's okay. Not like the briefcase I was thinking. No, yeah, no. Not like the little G-Man, like hard shell briefcase. No. Like the classic kind, you know. I told them to close today. That's fucked up. How do you wear a briefcase? You hold it in your hand by the handle. This is just like a bag. Yep, that's pretty much how it works. Yep. Yes, sir. Indiana Jones bag. Yeah, well, that sounds inconvenient. Well, you're not supposed to wear a shoulder bag with a suit. Because suits are made up of different linings over here in the shoulder. If you wear a heavy bag on it, you can collapse the space between the lining. Not collapse the space, but you can separate the lining. You can delaminate them. Not good. Not good. You got to hold it by the hands, folks. Got to hold it by the hands. Should not wear a backpack with a suit. Not even for like fancy pants fashion reasons. Just you know, don't want to damage the suit. But the bigger handle will be touching the ground. You mean the shoulder sling? You can take that off. You could just declip that, like at the sides. Why are you going to San Francisco? Because I'm going to congressional rally, man. I'm gonna go over there. Chakrabarti, California 11. He's replacing Pelosi, God willing. Go to any financial district in any American city and you'll see several men with suits on, running shoes, and cheap backpacks. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. It's not good. No, sir. No, it's not. Nope. The finance bro look. It's not happening here, folks. We're not doing that shit. And every one of them could legally buy you. Less than you might think. Less than you might think. Genuinely. Could also get one of them Filson bags. Those are famous. What if I need to cycle to work? I'm pretty sure that there's a way you can get a briefcase on a bike. I like the other one better. These are the Filson ones. They're made out of canvas. They just got leather accents. Yeah, like a basket. Yeah. This Japanese painter bag is the new Filson 256. Damn. Been wondering what the new Filson 256 is. Oh, there's also a folio. If you really want to amp up the style, these don't even have a handle. They're very popular in Japan. I think I prefer a briefcase, though. Sick. All right. Can't waste all our time with this nonsense. How are you guys doing? Mm-hmm. Holding documents in it probably feels good as fuck. Oh, you know it. Yeah, 100%. My back hurts. Same, sorry. I'm cooking gumbo. Exhausted, unemployed, slowly dying. Okay, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Peered into the beyond the veil for a little bit too long. Great to have you back. This Isrikuk levels of Germany is unbelievable. Have you seen this member of the German Bundestag in Israel? Prominent German defense politician Kaisvetter says, "We are ready to defend Israel's security with our lives." Cool. Nice. Well, that's great. I wonder if his constituents agree with him. Who's the we? Who's that we? Is the we in the room with that? Do you mean you? Do you mean you? You'll sign up? Probably Delinka too. Yeah. Americans who support or believe in ghost telepathy, new White House ballroom. Man, 30% of Americans believing in telepathy. Man, oh man. Really, really lets you in on why we are the way we are. 40% in ghosts. Can I be real with you? I think that believing in ghosts is a lot more metaphysically defensible than believing in telepathy. The reason for that being is that the cosmonautical barrier, what happens after death, is an unprovable enigma. We don't know what happens after death, right? So if you wanted to invent some like I understand there's a natural metaphysical curiosity about the afterlife. I don't think it exists, but I understand why people make stuff up about it. Telepathy is straight up bullshit and it's material. It's not even metaphysical. You can prove or disprove telepathy empirically with the scientific method in the real world. And yet 29%. What about telepathic ghosts? Obviously, if a ghost existed, it would be definitionally telepathic, but that fits under the ghost category. These motherfuckers believe in human telepathy. All right. River, you want the warm butt? Two cats. Two cats in my door. Do you both want the warm butt? A question for you, River. If you want the warm butt, why did you do a stinky poop right before stream? In the litter box outside my studio. Why? Why? Stinky. That's fair nuts. I don't know why you did that, but sure. Ah, right. What I'd really like to see is the overlap between Americans who believe in telepathy and Americans who support the building of the ballroom. What is this? Who linked this?
Unprecedented destruction. A CNN investigation discovering Iran has caused extensive damage to a majority of the U.S. military sites in the region. Precise Iranian missile and drone strikes, aided by sophisticated Chinese technology, hitting some of America's most crucial military assets in the Middle East. The extent of the damage unknown until now. Our Tamara Kablawi is out front.
Camp Buehring, Kuwait. American soldiers enjoying a karaoke night at one of the biggest U.S. military hubs in the Gulf.
Great.
That was then. This is now. A once bustling American microcity in the desert, nearly empty and heavily damaged after a weeks-long barrage of Iranian missiles and drones. One of many U.S. military facilities in the oil-rich Arabian Peninsula, targeted by Iran even as the U.S. and Israel pummeled the Islamic Republic's large arsenal.
This is 100% the reason why the U.S. government was asking American satellite firms to not release modern image data from their satellites. They delayed it by a couple of weeks because they wanted to kick the can down the road on admitting that all of our bases in the Middle East have been bombed to shit and are currently empty.
So what impact have Iran's strikes had on America's footprint in the Middle East? A CNN investigation found evidence of unprecedented destruction. We can reveal that strikes damaged at least 16 U.S. installations across 8 countries.
Didn't Ukraine warn us about how vulnerable our bases are to drones? Yeah, like the problem is that this style of military base literally doesn't work against peer nations. There is no missile or drone defense system that can protect a permanent installation of a base in like open, literally right off the fucking Gulf, you know? It's basically just like free real estate, man. It might have worked like, you know, before, but when you're fighting an enemy that has missiles and drones, it just doesn't. There's nothing you can really do, you know?
According to our analysis and sourcing, that's the majority of American military positions in the region, and some of them are virtually unusable now. A U.S. source familiar with the situation told us that they'd never seen anything like this at American bases, that these were rapid, targeted strikes using advanced technology. Iran's main targets? Multi-million-dollar aircraft, like this Boeing E-3 Sentry, which gave the U.S. a huge amount of visibility over the Gulf. It's out of production.
We didn't think they could hit back. Sorry, just that source. Like, we've never seen anything like it. It was like they did to us what we did to them.
And in today's money, it's worth nearly $500 million. Critical communications equipment. Look at these giant golf balls. They're known as radomes, and they protect satellite dishes vital for data transmission. In this base alone, Iran destroyed all but one of the radomes less than a month into the war.
I'm gonna guess this one's probably also destroyed. I'm gonna guess the equipment in there is pretty sensitive, just because it's not been, like, leveled. It's probably not working, you know?
And crucially, radar systems. Highly sophisticated, expensive, difficult to replace, and critical to air defense. A second U.S. source, this one a congressional aide familiar with damage assessments, described these as the most cost-effective of the targets. Our radar systems, they said, are our most expensive and our most limited resource in the region.
For U.S. allies in the region, there's a dilemma. In some ways, Iran's show of force makes the U.S.'s presence in the region even more necessary to Gulf security. But there's a new reality here, which is that U.S. military installations, previously seen as formidable fortresses, have turned into sitting targets. As a Saudi source told me, the war has shown Saudi Arabia, that's the U.S.'s longest-standing Arab ally, that the alliance with the U.S. cannot be
Gigantic asterisk.
exclusive, and it is not, in their words, impregnable.
To get a sense of just how vulnerable U.S. facilities have become, have a look at this. It's the war room at Qatar's El Udeid Air Base, the theater command and control hub for U.S. air power across 21 nations. Struck not just once, but twice. And according to a U.S. source, causing significant damage. The base had been largely evacuated at this point, and
I think one of the developments that the modern world has yet to like fully reconcile with and deal with is the fact that modern technology has extended the width of the line of engagement between warring nations enormously. Like, it used to be back, in ye olden days, that you could have a big old medieval brouhaha happening like a couple miles outside of a village. And obviously that would still affect the village, but the actual like conflict was pretty limited to whatever big field the armies clashed on. I'm simplifying, but work with me, okay? And then you've got World War I and the trench warfare and so on. And like over time, the line of conflict, like the area that gets destroyed in the direct engagement between two armies, has gotten wider and wider and wider and wider. And now it's like the front is now hundreds of miles wide, effectively. Like not even in terms of like downstream consequences or the movement of armies or whatever, but the actual like line is now incredibly wide and blurry, you know? And it's, I mean, seen first in Ukraine, basically. Even back during the Gulf War, you know, back in the 1990s, the immediate direct line of engagement was relatively narrow compared to today. Yeah, arguably there is no line anymore. Now, when two nations get into a war, there's just a hazy, like hundreds of miles wide, blurry danger zone where stuff just blows up occasionally, you know? It's very disruptive. It's very, very, very disruptive. Gone are the days when you could, like, theoretically conduct a war and then like 50 miles back society more or less continues. You know, that's not really on the table anymore.
Casualties were reported. Iran's visibility over its targets has never been clearer. In 2024, according to the Financial Times, Tehran secretly acquired a Chinese satellite known as the TEE-01B, a massive upgrade from its own satellites. That means that Tehran went from looking at images of this quality to this. This is the first time America has fought an adversary with satellites that capture high-res imagery almost as detailed as its own. As the scale of the damage comes into focus, many will wonder whether America's presence, once a protective shield in the Middle East, has turned into its Achilles heel.
Responding to our findings, a Pentagon official said that the Defense Department does not discuss damage assessments, but that—
Oh, I bet. America's starting to slack. No. It's different. It's not that we're getting lazy. It's that this is an unsolvable problem. There's no way to re-narrow the line of conflict. You just can't have big military bases anymore. Big static installations. They're just obsolete. They're obsolete in the same way that castles were made obsolete by the cannon. After the castle, you had the star fort, but eventually those were made obsolete as well. We have now like the only viable military installation is like a gigantic command hub in the middle of your country underground, and then you have a bunch of like satellite communication relays that you use to keep contact with miniature mobile bases that are like a few hundred people that move from bombed out building to bombed out building trying to evade the, you know what I mean? It's like it's fucked.
U.S. forces remain fully operational with the same readiness and combat effectiveness. We also understand from our sources that the vast majority of U.S. troops evacuated their positions in the Middle East, with many working from the relative safety of hotels and apartments in the Arabian Peninsula.
What stands out to you about all this?
Well, Aaron, what's interesting is that the U.S. intercept rate is likely somewhere in the 95% level right now. These look—
That is probably not correct, but even if it was, that wouldn't be enough.
Predominantly like drone strikes. That's our assessment, the Shaheeds that did this rather than Iranian ballistic missiles. But it does show if the intercept rate is somewhere around the 95% level, that 5% or so are getting through and they are having damage. So the system that the U.S. has in place is not foolproof. It's very good, but it's not foolproof. And I would just say, sort of big picture, of your shift to the Indo-Pacific with the PLA, the Chinese People's Liberation Army Rocket Force, U.S. bases across the region, Japan, Philippines, and other places.
Ukraine literally offered to give the USA tech and training deal with the stuff. Yeah, we could improve our odds, but I don't think the tech that Ukraine has to offer would fundamentally change the dynamic, which is that the cost of our most expensive installation, like the THAAD radar systems, will always be so expensive that it's just not viable to have them in the areas that could potentially be targeted. Like, there's no— Like even if you built a nuclear missile deterrent system that was 99% effective, the 1% fucking matters, right? We're just seeing technologies being made obsolete. I don't know. Not obsolete, I guess, but outdated, less effective. Yeah.
We're going to be at much more severe danger than what we're seeing now in the Middle East.
Yeah, absolutely. And then when you talk about with the damage done by the drones, right, that the missile interceptor rate may be, exceptional. 5% can cause huge damage, but then there's the drones. You have done incredible reporting, you and all of CSIS, on the depletion of U.S. Offensive capabilities.
Dumb question, but it's the best option for the U.S. to just cut its losses and not have Middle Eastern base anymore? I don't think that's a dumb question. I think it's a pretty viable one. I mean, Iran controls the Strait, and we have been totally ineffective in reestablishing the previous status quo. So it kind of seems like they're the ones who get to dictate the rules now, at least when it comes to like freely moving oil and natural gas out of the Strait, which, or around the Strait, they can just target facilities inland too. Yeah, it just seems it seems like more and more the world just needs to be peaceful for it to work. The modern world with its geopolitical counterbalancing and its trade and its insane level of compartmentalization all across the world only works because the world is more or less peaceful and the sea lanes are open. And even a little bit of disruption fucks that whole thing right up. And now that you can like fucking build a drone for $50,000 that can hit a ship hundreds of miles off the coast, there's just not really a way to like do this anymore unless everyone in the world, or at least every remotely well-armed group, is fine with what's going on. It's just crazy that we live in a world now where, like, potentially, I mean, it's kind of like the golden age of piracy in a way, where like you had a very unique period of time where a ragtag group of pirates could potentially like disrupt an empire just by hitting the right ship at the right time. We've kind of like reestablished those conditions. There's so much money tied up in trade. Yeah, I don't know. Wacky.
Missile inventories specifically as well. Trump was asked about that earlier today. Seth, I wanted to play part of what he said.
All over the world we have inventory, and we can take that if we need it. But all over the world we have tremendous amounts of inventory, the best. For instance, we're stocked and locked and loaded. Right now, we have more than double what we had when this started.
More than double what we had when this started, and tremendous amounts of inventory. I mean, what do you even make of such comments? Obviously false when it comes to things like tomahawks, but what do you
How do we pretend this is a serious comment made by a real person? Yeah.
make overall?
Well, I think what's important is that not all missiles are created equal. I mean, one of the advantages the U.S. had over time in Iran was that it had air dominance. It could use short-range missiles like Joint Direct Attack Munitions, or JDAMs. The problem that the U.S. has in the Pacific right now is it's going to have to use long-range missiles because the Chinese have such extensive capabilities to hit targets in what we call the first and second island chains, like out to Guam. And there, the U.S. stockpiles of long-range munitions, like Tomahawks, like JASSMs, like long-range anti-ship missiles, LRASMs, they are in very limited supply right now, and the same thing with the interceptors. So
crazy how we still don't have air superiority over Iran. That's the thing, we do. We essentially do. Like our jets have been able to run over Iran with almost complete impunity. We effectively do have air control. It just doesn't like matter as much as it used to. It used to be like air control was like relatively simple, you fly high, you bomb their air bases, you take out their major air defense installations, and then past the point that you can do whatever you want. But now it's like, nah, man, they got the Shaheeds parked in the fucking garages, That fucking rock over there, no, that was like a gray tarp they've thrown over the Shaheed launcher. Get fucked. It's a different world. It's a different world.
what really matters in this discussion is not missiles per se. It's not helpful to talk about missiles in general.
It probably is good in the long run. I do think that there is an overall moral good to technology developing to a point where the access to disruptive violence is democratically accessible enough that there is a need for general peace. You know what I mean? It's kind of like how society had to get a lot more stable and more peaceful when personal firearms were invented. Because it's one thing to have highwaymen who have daggers, but it's another thing entirely to have highwaymen who have, like, you know, 6-shot revolvers. Like, that, obviously, I'm speaking very generally about a very, like, large range of historical weapons development, but you know, the level of, like, random violence that was socially possible back in the Middle Ages just isn't really, like, viable civilizationally in an age where people potentially all have handguns, you know? Not really doable. So the nuclear peace theory, yeah, to an extent, though, in a way, aren't drones better? Like, the threat with nukes is so great that if they're ever used, that's it. Whereas with, you know, drones, it's more like, well, if you know, if some regional military power gets upsetty spaghetti enough, they can just disrupt trade in the area. So you better make sure that everyone gets along. Again, it's simplified, but, like, damn, man. Imagine what it's going to be like 10 or 20 or 50 years from now. You can defend some areas reliably from drone attacks, but not all areas. You know? Not ships entering port. Not everywhere all the time. The availability of drones kind of feels like the widespread availability of handguns to me. You know what I mean? At least back in the day when people had to carry long, you know, you had like a musket or whatever, that shit's pretty hard to hide. But now, you know, you can conceal a pistol in a purse. It's kind of changed the game. Well, the issue is large powers can also buy drones. Yeah, but, like, it doesn't change the fact that everyone potentially now can hit the big red button that stops global trade, you know? People said machine guns would end war because of how gruesome they are. I think you're misunderstanding. I'm not saying that war has become so deadly that people won't do it anymore. In fact, drone warfare, if anything, is linked to a relatively low casualty rate. Think about how few people have died in the Iran war relative to the amount of material destruction that's taken place, you know? It seems like, if anything, warfare is tipping more and more towards everyone sending their mechas to attack each other, you know? The cost of war, 50 trillion on both sides, casualties in the low hundreds. So it's not about how many people die, it's that now the ability to disrupt global trade is getting more and more readily accessible. The economic cost of war anywhere in the world is getting higher. Saigo, I'm gonna be real with you. You gotta take it up with Chet. You gotta find someone else today. I disagree with every single thing you've said in the past, like, 5 minutes. That shit ain't happening. I'm pissed as fuck at the moment because you're totally off about firearms. That's great. I'm happy to hear that. Masaigu, you've already posted that link.
Missiles you need to deter in specific situations.
Which I think is just so crucial, and what you
Stay
lay
in
out
your
there is so
lane.
important. And it's important for Americans to understand all of this and the truth. Obviously, you know, what he said there is at best extremely misleading about something so important for national security. He also talked today, Seth, about something about Iran, right? What does Iran really have left, okay? The military. And he was very specific. Here he is.
We get the radical left to say, we're not winning. We're not winning. They don't have any military left. It's unbelievable. It's actually, I believe it's treasonous. Okay, you want to know the truth? It's treasonous.
That's true. Thank you.
And he said that Iran they've got nothing left. Okay, you've looked specifically at that, and you found that Iran does still have a lot left when you look at drones, you look at missile launchers.
Yeah, Aaron, I mean, look, there's no question, first of all, that Iran has its capabilities across the boards are degraded. The video you showed of U.S. bases, what the extent of the damage in Iran is much more significant than what U.S. bases have received. Nevertheless, despite that damage, the Iranians have hid stuff underground. So they still have 40% or so, our assessment, of their drone capabilities left, and then maybe 60% or so of their missile launchers. So they...
Well, good thing the Operation Epic Fury is over, right? Won't have to deal with them anymore. Thank goodness. If you live in open carry states, you know Vosh is correct. It has nothing to do with open carry. It's just that there's a tipping point where the average person can be allowed to commit potentially a certain amount of violence, and if that level like tips too far, if the threshold for the violence they could potentially commit becomes too great, we socially rearrange our treatment of that weapon, the availability of that weapon. We change how we engage with it to bring that bar back down. We have to. It's necessary, you know? Yeesh. Iran's released more than 100 images of strikes in U.S. bases. We analyzed them. Please tell me if I restated your point correctly. Why are you all talking to me like you're the only one in the room right now? When the consequences of bad or antisocial behavior is worse and more immediate, it changes how ready people are to commit violent / antisocial acts. I'm talking more on like a social level here, which is just that like at certain points in history, technologies have been developed that have increased the extent to which a single belligerent agent or group of agents can disrupt like worldly affairs. You know what I mean? It's going beyond just like individual violence, but rather like broader systemic violence. I don't understand why the U.S. Army didn't move all critical material out before the war. Well, that would have been a sign. But like, again, we're talking about military bases all across the Middle East. Pre-evacuating all the military bases would have made us look pretty weak. But also, yeah, they probably weren't told. It is a little bit like mutually assured destruction in the sense that any kind of regional instability now has the ability to like tank the global market. Like the example that I used when talking to Dylan Burns was like the cartel in Mexico has enough money and power that if they wanted to, they could start mass producing drones and striking like Mexican civilian and military targets. They could. They don't because that wouldn't really be beneficial to their bottom line. Which is good that it isn't. But if they wanted to, they probably could gear towards doing that. And what would happen if they did? I mean, it would probably be like hell on earth, man. It would be really bad. The Mexican government has had enough trouble getting rid of them without them doing that. What if they did, you know? If the incentive structures were aligned in that way, it would potentially, I mean, you could, there are many groups around the world that could potentially be doing this if they wanted to. Because the whole fucking planet is a drone target at this point, you know? That's up to you, Lippy. Where can I read or learn more about this type of warfare? Drone warfare? I don't, shit's evolving like day to day, man. I don't know. Read about? I'm sure there are some good books on the subject, but if there are, they've been published in the past like 2 years. Maybe even 1 year, you know? You know what it also reminds me of? Vehicle robberies. There's been a string of these in Seattle, unfortunately, where burglars will do a break-in in the middle of the night. They will drive their car into the front of a business. They'll steal a car beforehand. So they steal a car and they drive it through the front of a business. You know, obviously they break through the wall or the windows or whatever, the doors. Alarms go off, da-da-da. They run in, they steal as much as they can, and they bolt. They're all wearing black head to toe, whatever else. Smash and grab. Yeah, smash and grabs with a vehicle. And the problem is, there's basically like no way to stop this. Like, it's possible to an extent. Obviously, the police can do investigative work, but like, it's a really difficult kind of burglary to catch if you don't. Bollards in front of every store. Think for a second. In front of every single store in the country. Think. I mean, yeah, sure, but yes? Okay, I don't think you guys are engaging with my hypothetical. Putting bollards up in front of every store would be a way of adjusting to this expectation. Up until now, we've basically just relied on people not doing this, you know? But once they start doing it, it kind of feels like the game has changed. And now you have to adjust in order to reduce the amount by which one antisocial person or group of antisocial people can commit like a lot of destruction, you know? It is a little bit like drone warfare in that sense. Like, yeah, you can make it impossible, but not without spending $1 bajillion. A bollard in front of every single store is significant. You have to introduce a very expensive systematic change to disincentivize what will eventually become a very popular and very effective form of social disruption. Aren't ballards just a bunch of concrete? They can be pretty expensive. Eh. What if we just sent another trillion to Israel? Yeah, maybe. $16 more tankers have run the blockade. Chinese? Oh, in April 2026. 7 were redirected back to Iran by the USA. 2 were seized by the USA. 1 reached the Far East. Okay, yeah, it's not a huge number. Today, a U.S. Navy FA-18 Super Hornet fired on an Iranian flag vessel attempting to breach the naval blockade. The tanker is no longer transiting to Iran after the rudder was hit by 20-millimeter rounds fired from the jet's Gatling gun. Okay, putting aside politics for a second, kind of based. Firing on a tanker knowing that you can't blow it up, so you strafe it and hit the rudder with a fucking machine gun? That's so fucking cool. That must have been like the best day in that pilot's life, man. Are you kidding me? Getting to do like strafing? Hitting, you have to hit the target. You're doing the boat version of like firing at the tire to blow it out. That's pretty cool. Will you do a stream for the UK May local elections tomorrow? I don't know if my heart can take Polanski getting like 20% fewer votes than he should have because the British media class decided to call him like a, I don't know, what, police hating. It's crazy how much of an effect it's had. British people are such sheep. A Jew, they're calling him a Jew, basically. Yeah, I found the collection of Polanski depictions in British media from Times, Mail, Telegraph, and Sun. Yeah. In order, I believe. It's fucking crazy, dude. Mainstream publications. Look at this one. Holy shit. This is probably the least bad of the 4, and even then... This one is, like, actually unbelievable. You know? I'd be willing to bet that the British elite are probably a lot more anti-Semitic than the American elite, weirdly enough. Listen, unlike Britain, America never expelled Jews from its lands, to my knowledge. Yet. You used to take them in then? Yeah, well, you know. What the fuck is on my feed, man? The far-left Twitch streamer says AI is rotting our brains. He's also addicted to Twitter and listens to at least 8 podcasts. Wired? Wired? Did you get the... Did the check clear? Wired? Hello? Oh my god. Eight whole podcasts? 8 is a large number of podcasts to follow simultaneously, but it's not undoable if you just, you know, listen to less music. Thankfully, I'm already on that. General Grant expelled some Jewish Americans during the Civil War in Tennessee, I think, but when Lincoln found out, he reversed it and apologized. Okay. That's I didn't know that. That's interesting. iPhone model, iPhone 16 Pro Max. Bougie. Daily average screen time across Apple devices, not including PC, 7 hours and 8 minutes. I would not subject myself to this kind of inquiry, okay? I would not allow them to take a look at my iPhone usage. I don't listen to any music. I only listen to podcasts. Based. I listen to Chapo, TrueAnon, The Daily, Up First, NPR Politics, NPR News, Democracy Now!, and sometimes Consider This. I'm going to be real with you. I honestly did not know Chapo was still up on it. I guess in my mind, I filed them alongside Cumtown, you know? No music enjoyment equals no whimsy. I'll have you know that when we were driving around the northwest of Washington, around Olympic National Park, we were in fact listening to the Spotify Millennial Slop playlist. It was all stomp clap. All stomp clap. Dun 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 dun. Hey, 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 dun dun dun. Yeah, we were listening to the white girl music, you know? Hey, oh, ab music is good. Well, you all are a white girl. That's true. That's true. I don't like to gatekeep a dude. Why do you do yourself? It's crazy how snobby and elitist people get over music, but then when it comes to clothing, they're like, I don't understand what's wrong with wearing dress sneakers with suits. It's insane. I get accused of being. I think it's a downstream of like Mookor on 4chan, where for some reason people just accepted the idea that you're more of a patrician if you are snobby about music, whereas if you're snobby about like films, people make fun of you. You're like, oh, I haven't seen, you know, Project Hail Mary. I only watch French art films, and people are like, fucking nerd, loser, just watch it, bro. But with the music shit, they're like, they won't even engage. I heard Project Hail Mary was pretty good. I haven't seen it. I heard it was good though. Seems like a fine interview. River. She's got all her Pete's stretched out over the PC. Thought this was you for a second. Do you have like face blindness? This looks exactly like Hassan and not at all like me. It's the cheekbones? It's clearly him. I don't know. Yeah, whatever. Telegraph and Politico owners say journalists must support Israel or resign. Cool. Matthias Dopner has been accused of editorial interference by journalists over his pro-Israel mandates. Owner of the Telegraph and Politico has said, I bet a lot of you didn't know they were owned by the same guy. And that might be because I forgot up until right now. Said the outlet's journalists must back Israel or resign. That's cool, man. Axel Springer CEO Matthias Dopner told staff backing Israel forms a core value of working at the outlet. Yeah. Many such cases. Telegraph was just bought by him. How recent was that acquisition? Isn't that the Zionism above all guy? No. Say it in the original language. He's the guy who said Zionism über alles. He's that guy. He said that unironically? Yes. Dobner has been described as a close associate of Netanyahu and, quote, one of the most prominent and courageous voices in Europe in the long-standing fight against anti-Semitism and a staunch supporter of the State of Israel. I wonder who that quote is from. Is awarded the Israeli Presidential Medal of Honor, along with Miriam Adelson, GOP megadonor. Yeesh. Dobner is like the Ellison of Europe. Well, it's good to know they all get along. Should we be worried about the new hantavirus? Can't get upset over every goddamn new disease, you know? It's probably fine. Man, it sure is cool how these guys own everything, huh? Corporate boards. Member of the board of directors at eMarketer. Member of the board of directors at Insider Inc. At Netflix. At Warner Music. And then a fuckload of NGOs. I love the deep state. I love the Antichrist. Dopner is married to Ulrich Weiss, who is the daughter of Ulrich Weiss, a former executive of Deutsche Bank AG. The couple has 3 sons, one of them serving as chief of staff to entrepreneur Peter Thiel. Why do they all know each other? Man, the modern aristocracy is transnational, you know? Did you see the Ben Gavir cake? The one with the noose on it? Yeah, I saw that, the gallows. I also saw apparently that Ben Gavir met his wife when she was a little girl, and that they met when he, like, helped bail her out after she got in trouble for violence at an illegal settlement or something. Like, he found a Nazi teenage trad wife or whatever. That was pretty crazy. When did Ben Gavir meet his wife? When she was 15 and he was 26. According to multiple reports, they visited the grave of Baruch Goldstein, who committed the 1994 Cave of the Patriarchs massacre on their first date. Their first date was visiting the grave of that mass murderer who Ben-Gvir worshipped and had to take a portrait of him down when he entered government. It really is. It's genuinely crazy how they're the most evil people in the world. Like consistently on every possible level. There's not really like an American equivalent of this too. Like there isn't really an American politician who like worshipped, like genuinely like before even getting into politics. Like I don't even know what the equivalent here would be. You like the equivalent in America would be, I'm trying to like, I don't know, like you meet your future wife when she's 15 and your first date is going to like a Klan rally. Like, I guess maybe there are some, I don't know. It's so over the top. It's so over the top. Worshipping Confederate soldiers. I think this is like several steps beyond Confederate apologia, in my opinion. Because there's a lot of like cultural obfuscation with the Confederate bullshit that isn't defensible, but does exist. Whereas in this case, they just visited the grave of a mass murderer, you know? Not even like an abstract concept of the Confederacy, but the grave of the mass murderer. Yeah. Ben-Gvir and his supporters celebrated his birthday by eating the noose cake and shooting at the Communist Party headquarters. That's so cool, man. Do you think current Israel is worse than Nazi Germany? I mean, in terms of like death count, obviously not. I think that ideologically their population is primed pretty much the same way the Nazi population was. Yeah. Like the reason they haven't built the mass death camps is because the eyes of the world are on them in a way that wouldn't have been possible back in the 1930s. You know, if you took modern day like Israeli citizens and you transpose them into the geopolitics of the 1930s, I think that they would, yeah, they'd basically be doing that shit. They'd be up to the same shit, yeah. So it's more like the world has changed, really. I think that ideologically they're pretty much in the same, yeah, same ballpark. So I guess it's good the world's paying more attention now? I don't know. What's that? Random ass links today. US gonna run out of oil pretty soon?
When do storage tanks run empty?
Your parts of the world, like Australia, Philippines, Thailand, you are. But the question is when and where. I still say that with you, it's going to be, sometime in the month of May that you're going to end up with Europe hitting tank bottoms. And in the U.S., it's somewhere in that July 4th time period. If not sooner, by the way, the inventory's number.
That's fitting. You have seen the markets today, right? Why not just say what you want to say rather than don't ask me if I've seen it. Just say the thing. Because if I have seen it, then I look at what you said and I go, oh yeah, I saw that. Whereas if I haven't seen it, I can go, oh, that's interesting. But when you just ask me, it's like the worst of both worlds.
Coming out of the U.S., the ones we got last night, the ones last week, I've never seen anything like that before. And I think that it's important to remember that these inventory numbers.
Yeah, they're once again trying to push the markets in a favorable direction because they're claiming the war is over. Like yesterday, Hegseth said, sorry, not Hegseth, Marco Rubio said, Operation Epic Fury is over. I mean, obviously nothing's changed in the Middle East, but...
let's define terms. A deficit versus a shortage. We have a deficit today, meaning that demand is above supply and we're drawing inventories. It's not a shortage yet. So to answer your question, you have the shortages in places like, Asia, and it's not that bad yet because you're not completely at tank bottoms. But in places like Europe and the United States, you're in a deficit and you don't hit the shortages until you hit tank bottoms.
A good way of sort of pressing yourself to remember that the market prices these things irrationally. Remember how at some point you learned this. Maybe you learned it from Smiling Friends. Remember how we are running out of helium. The global supply of helium is very rapidly depleting, and we need that helium, but we're still like using it for fucking party balloons or whatever. Remember at some point you thought, wow, why is helium still so cheap and readily available if there's a finite amount and we're running out of it? It's kind of like that, you know? You think, oh, well, you know, the oil prices, the Brent oil is still hovering at like 110 or something. You know, we can't be that close to being out. We might be closer than you think. Patrick Dehan is probably the best source for this because the real on-the-ground effect of the oil price increases will, to an average American, be felt in the gas prices. And those gas prices are only going up. Alert! Gas prices appear to be rising in Dallas, Austin, Virginia, St. Louis. Yip, yip, yip. I do remember there was a guy in Minnesota or something who found like a generational supply under his property. Was that misinfo? Well, then you can say that the price of helium wasn't being priced effectively or rationally back before that was found. But, you know, we'll see how it goes. It's over 7 in California. In some places, yeah. Apparently, the reason why Epic Fury is over is because the War Power 60-day deadline was up in May 1st. And they probably thought they couldn't get the congressional approval. Are you suggesting that sometime in the next couple of weeks, the president is going to declare a new non-military, non-war operation in the Middle East? Like, Operation Epic Fury is over, but we're going back for more? So we can just keep, like, redeclaring the war without congressional approval? That'd be fun. Meanwhile, exports have reached an all-time high. Crazy. Diesel prices are higher in 44 of 50 states compared to last Wednesday. In Michigan, up 87 cents a gallon for diesel. Whew. Do we even have trucking companies anymore? Or do we just have, like, convoys of, like, undocumented immigrants physically carrying big boxes of stuff across the country, you know? Your Amazon Prime delivery is getting marched. They got it on their heads, like the jars in Central America. It's all Sam Porter Bridges. I'd like him to show up in my place. Fucking love seeing diesel so high. Fuck truckers and dudes with diesel rigs. That is true. Spite can carry you quite a ways. Yeah, for sure. U.S. gas prices scorecard. $3.99 a gallon is no longer the most common price in the U.S. The most common is $4.19. Whew. If you think gas is expensive in the US, who boy is it bad in Europe? Yeah, but you have to evaluate that based on percentages. The price of gas in America has increased like fucking 50 or 60% in the past, in the past 2 months. We also rely on vehicles a lot more, you know? Rural Americans, like, do legitimately often drive hours every day. There's just not much of a European equivalent. Top 10% of stations, 602 average price. Jesus. Huh. Well, this has got to be California. Chinatown? Getting pretty bad in Germany and France. Oh, I bet. It's okay compared to the US. It's a pretty big increase, but yeah, I mean, relatively, we're getting hit more. Percentage-wise for gas prices. We just rely on gas more. Gasoline. This is by liter too, no? Yes, that is by liter. They use liters over there for some reason, rather than gallons, which, as everyone know, every gallon is 17.23 handfuls, and every handful is 26.2 thimbles. Don't know why the fuck they use that antiquated system over there. How much is that in American Eagles? An American bald eagle, when pureed, produces about 1.2 cups of oil. How high could the prices go up because of this? Well, the real fun will start once we run out of our strategic reserve. The current strategic reserve distribution is due to expire in about 3 months, but it's only making up for about 6% of our total daily consumption. U.S. oil consumption has not dropped a considerable amount since the beginning of the war, so we can assume it's more or less stable, at least for now. Eventually, it'll go down as people start driving less in response to how expensive gas has gotten. Also, trucking companies are going to have to cancel routes. A bunch of, flights are going to be canceled. They already are. So over time, oil demand might decrease a little bit, but probably not by more than 10%, maybe 20. And even that would be so extreme. A 20% reduction in the consumption of oil in the United States would represent an unbelievable supply disruption. But even at that point, we would still be running at a deficit. So eventually we will run out of the, the dispersion. Yeah, it is. Yeah, as Masaigu points out in the first message that he's posted, hasn't annoyed me this day. Other countries, poorer countries, are doing crazy shit right now. Like in the Philippines. Pakistan's getting hit really hard. Pakistan's facing its worst energy crisis in years, rolling blackouts lasting up to 14 hours in rural areas. The government has imposed austerity, including 2-hour daily power cuts and 4-day work weeks, halved fuel allocation for government vehicles, even asked cricket fans to watch matches from home to save fuel. Like, this is what other parts of the world are doing right now. Pakistan, Indonesia, the Philippines, these countries were closer to the source. They were more directly and immediately impacted by the effects of the Iran war. Yes. The UK might do food rationing. It's so cool how this is happening, but our servile, European vassal states are still acting like we're an ally to them, Come on, give us a few more years. Dog, you've had enough time to realize what we are, okay? Philippines austerity fuel. Yeah, 4-day work weeks. They've been doing that for more than a month now. Wonder how that's been going. Fuel crisis, Indonesia. Yuck. Can we come back from this? I mean, I don't even know how long the conflict's going to last. But reasonable people who wear suits to work do say that even if everything went back to normal tomorrow, it would take years to reestablish the prior level of production. Didn't they say 7 months? That's one estimate, but I've heard longer. Hold on. I want to watch the full clip of this.
When do storage tanks run empty?
Parts of the world, like Australia, Philippines, Thailand, you are. But the question is when and where. I still say that with you, it's going to be, sometime in the month of May that you're going to end up with Europe hitting tank bottoms. And in the U.S., it's somewhere in that July 4th time period. If not sooner, by the way, the inventories number coming out of the U.S., the ones we got last night, the ones last week, I've never seen anything like that before. The analogy, I think, is like I
wonder if we ruined everything. We kind of did. Yeah, we kind of did. People, again, so much of what we take for granted is the product of an extreme period in history. The post-Cold War, interim period where America was the only dominant political, military, and economic force, truly dominant, right? Unipolarity from America, Pax Americana, whatever you call it. But it relied on a very specific, very limited set of conditions that are being challenged. And I mean, more than being challenged, really, the underlying conditions that allow for it are just falling apart.
That movie Jaws, when the mayor declares the beaches are open and you can see the fins swimming around there, and the fin are these inventory numbers. And I think that it's important to remember that these inventory numbers
end of history, yada yada. It's worth pointing out that Fukuyama is often misinterpreted and that he actually predicted the West would effectively blow up this end of history period because they got bored, which is what happened. Trump's disruption of the global order essentially came because the people who voted for him were tired of the status quo, even though the status quo that they're challenging right now is their own supremacy.
Let's define terms. A deficit versus a shortage. We have a deficit today, meaning that demand is above supply and we're drawing inventories. It's not a shortage yet. So to answer your question, you have the shortages in places like, Asia, and it's not that bad yet because you're not completely at tank bottoms. But in places like Europe and the United States, you're in a deficit and you don't hit the shortages until you hit tank bottoms.
This is a President Sunday take? I don't know what that means. It's true. That's what Fukuyama said. He predicted this, and he was correct in that regard. He wasn't completely correct on everything, but he was correct on that. I feel like it got blown up because it doesn't work and no one likes it. Yeah, but the reason America specifically voted for Trump and allowed all this to happen was not out of some principled rejection of the inequities of capitalism. The people who voted for Trump might dislike capitalism in the sense that they dislike the world that they live in, and that world was, of course, created by those inequities. But fundamentally, the way they responded to it was born of emotional immaturity. These are, by and large, stupid people who have no interest in self-betterment or in understanding the world. They voted for Trump in what was essentially a political tantrum. They had no interest in self or broader betterment. They just wanted to express their anger the same way a kid, throws food out of out of their high chair or whatever, In this respect, I think it is a kind of boredom, an unwillingness to actually address the problem. I mean, what else could it be, right?
I mean, first of all, what fuels?
Sure, but that's not boredom, I guess. Take it up with Fukuyama.
Are going to run out first?
Distillate, jet fuel, because the LPGs, those are the ones in which the Gulf was a big exporter of. Yeah. And then the other one is like diesel. Those crude oils that come out of the Middle East were very rich in diesel. And inventories, even in the U.S., are 11% below the 5-year average on diesel as a starting point. So, watch jet fuel, watch diesel, watch the LPGs.
I mean, these are huge vulnerabilities for any economies. It means, it could impact travel. It could impact, of course, how many airplanes fly. Even if it were to stop today, does it go back to normal, or are we still going to have these shortages?
Oh, it's going to take a very long time to get back to normal. So let's just begin with, let's say we open tomorrow. You got to be really confident there's no mines in that main passageway. Before, then you got to get the insurance. The insurance guys have to be confident there's no mines, and then you got to get all the ships back in the right right place, that's 3 months bare minimum. And then you got to restart the production that has been shut in, and how much of it's damaged, we don't know. You know, I like to point out, when we shut all that production in during COVID, it took 2 years to get it back all online again. So we're talking about a very long, drawn-out process in terms of thinking about the recovery. So even if everything stopped today and they say, you know, resume production, you're talking 3+ months to even start to get even a resemblance of this stuff beginning to flow. And then we're going to find out what kind of damage was done.
But, so even if it were to stop now, there's going to be fuel shortages in certain
it's already
parts of
baked
the
in.
world.
It's baked
Full
in.
stop.
Full stop. Because at this point, it's going to take so long to get all of this restarted that those inventories will continue to draw. And again, going back to how big, I just want to put some, you know, I've only seen inventory changes this big once other time in my life during COVID. Because remember, I think as we were talking once before, this shock is the mirror image of COVID. So it is.
Meanwhile, in the rest of the world,
Australians are being urged to brace for the worst of the fuel crisis, with experts warning we still haven't seen the full impact of the war in the Middle East.
Yeah, prices at the petrol station and the crunch on our food supplies are about to take a major hit, apparently. Meantime, our politicians are being blasted for being underprepared.
For more, we're joined by Defence and National Security Consultant John Blackburn. Morning to you. If we haven't felt the full impact of this crisis, when will we, and what will that look like?
Well, probably you will start to see at the end of this month. So at a simplistic level, the last of the oil that came out of the Straits of Hormuz that went to the refineries in Asia that then got distributed to customers has arrived. So what we're now going to start seeing is the impacts of that 20% loss, and you're going to have 100% of the world's demand trying to take what they can out of the 80% supply. So over this next month, we'll start to see the effects of that, and it'll roll on.
Okay, so Albo's been over in Asia trying to secure as much fuel as he can for the future, or at least the medium term. What about, what does that look like long term? Is the government done enough? Do they need to do more?
Well, in a reaction sense, what they're doing is pretty good. We export large amounts of fossil fuels, whether it's oil or condensate or LNG, to the region. And what the government's done is said, listen, we're supplying a lot of fossil fuel energy to you. We need to make a bilateral deal so we'll get priority for some refined fuel coming back. And that makes a lot of sense. But the fact is, those refineries and countries we're making the deals with, they've got to deal with a 20% loss of supply of oil. And that'll drive prices up. There'll be a lot of competition for it. So we need to anticipate there will be some reduction in our fuel supply, probably about a month out. Although we can afford to pay a fair bit of money for spot prices, but that's not a long-term solution. We're going to have to reduce consumption.
Good fucking luck with that, man. We hit an auspicious milestone yesterday. The last shipment of Persian Gulf oil arrived at LA County.
To developing news now, as gas prices continue to rise across Southern California, the average for regular in LA County hit $6.19 a gallon today. In Orange County, it's $6.16, Ventura County, it's $6.09, San Bernardino County, $6.06, and Riverside County, $6.03. Well, Southern California gets up to a third of its oil from the Middle East. And tonight, after months of war, it appears that spigot is being turned off. And oil experts warn our fuel supply will drop and prices will only...
Why is California so much higher than everywhere else? California gasoline has to go through an extra refinement process because it was found that traditionally refined gasoline was causing smog to settle in LA County. LA County is large, populous, and has a lot of drivers, so a lot of gasoline smog is produced by it. And the traditional smog, like gasoline mixture, was settling a big gas cloud over the over LA County. It was kind of like hovering under the Valley Mountains. So it needs extra processing before it can be sold in California.
Rise even more. CBS LA's Joe and Signaris live in the newsroom with a look at the growing concerns at refineries about future.
Is that supposed to be bad? No, I think it's good that LA has less of a disgusting gas cloud hanging over it, you know. Couldn't quite get rid of it, I'm sorry to say, as a resident, a prior resident.
$6 a gallon on average for regular gas. That's according to Gas Buddy, and again, that's across the entire state. Those are the highest gas prices in the country. A major reason prices could keep climbing, that comes down to supply.
I'm not from the U.S. Doesn't California have public transit? Good one.
And that supply is about to get a lot tighter.
When will it end?
Anger? Frustration?
It's the response shared by countless drivers when you ask how they feel about gas prices.
Absolutely. And then you still have a quarter of a tank to go. So, but what are you going to do?
Just off the Huntington Beach shore is an oil tanker named New Corolla. It's the last California-bound oil shipment to leave the Strait of Hormuz in the Persian Gulf before the war with Iran started. SkyCal's the only news helicopter in the Los Angeles market able to grab footage of this ship while flying over the water, thanks to the chopper's pontoons on its skids.
Okay.
The tanker carries 2 million barrels of crude oil, headed for the Marathon refinery in Carson, where it'll be turned into gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel.
You know, $6.18 a gallon is pretty elevated.
Patrick DeHaan is the head of petroleum analysis at Gas Buddy. I asked him what happens if the strait stays closed into the summer.
It would probably lead to gasoline that rises from $6.50 to $7 a gallon. It could lead to diesel that is approaching $8.50 or $9. And it could be restrictive for some airlines.
California gets roughly 30% of its foreign crude oil from the Persian Gulf. DeHaan also warns that even if the strait were to reopen tomorrow, prices wouldn't snap back overnight. His rough estimate: for every day the strait stays closed, it'll take about a week for markets to fully recover.
And that would put us at 64 weeks would put us, I believe, in
California has a summer fuel blend and a winter fuel blend. It's a California thing. Also, because Cali has some of the most fertile farmland. They don't want smog up in their veggies. Yeah, unfortunately, this is also a problem that could be solved by reducing people's reliance on vehicles in California, but we haven't thought that far ahead, I guess. Would be nice, though. You know?
June or July of 2027.
Driving back and forth from West LA to Long Beach is a lot.
That'd be gay. That would be gay. Yeah, that'd be like homo.
Hitting everybody over the head, including me.
As for what drivers can do right now to soften the blow, Don says you can do things like slow down, combine trips, use apps to find the cheapest station nearby, and pay with something like a rewards card. But beyond that...
But there's not really any magic to bite the bullet here. This is going to be painful.
And drivers seem to agree.
It's kind of one of those things where if I want to work, then I gotta keep driving.
We reached out tonight to the California Energy Commission asking about the state's plan to replace Persian Gulf oil supply and what drivers can expect at the pump.
Increase Persian Gulf oil supply? Hey, California government, what's your plan to... What? Are you deploying a frigate? Oh, they said replace?
Plan to replace Persian Gulf oil supply.
Oh, my version was funnier.
Drivers can expect at the pump in the months ahead, but we've not heard back yet from the commission. Juan?
All right.
Meanwhile, Trump?
And we're up. The stock market's higher now than when we started this war. And I thought oil prices would go to $200, $250. It's at $100 now. And I think you're surprised, and I'm surprised. But even if it went to 200, it would have been worth it. I understood that. We had just set a record.
Can't wait for him to win his third term, fourth election, or whatever.
Well, we have an update on California's oil and gas situation as state leaders get ready for prices to go up even more.
And California is relying on more imported fuel than ever right now, a situation made worse by the war in Iran. Governor Gavin Newsom's administration says it's working on a plan.
Well, it's not made worse by the war in Iran. It's created by the war in Iran. All of this is because of that.
The event of gas shortages.
Now, this was at the center of a hearing at the state capitol today, and KCRA3 political director Ashley Zavala joins us now. Ashley, what's the plan here?
Yeah, this was kind of a last-minute hearing that was organized this week. State energy officials said California basically has enough supply to meet demand for the next 6 weeks if the Strait of Hormuz stays closed. Beyond that, there are a lot of questions. This hearing was in the Assembly's Energy and Utilities Committee. In fact, it's still going on right now. It included Governor Gavin Newsom's top officials who monitor the oil and gas industry, notably California Energy Commission Vice Chairman Siva Gunda. Western States Petroleum Association President Jody Mueller was there, along with the UC Berkeley energy expert Severin Borenstein. Everyone agreed the war in Iran is making the state's gas price situation worse, while also agreeing California is relying way more on foreign countries for oil, which makes the state vulnerable to price spikes. Gunda
It takes about 4 weeks to put new fracking oils in the well and get oil pumping. The problem is that like the availability of domestic production doesn't even necessarily fix the issue. Right now, American oil companies are exporting a record number of oil, or a record number of oil barrels. The reason being, you're still competing with the open market price, right? Trump will never change that, for one, because it would be economically ruinous, and for two, because like right now the oil companies are making mega fucking bank, right? Like right now posting all-time high record sales. They're loving it right now because American fuel, like gas and oil companies, unlike Middle Eastern ones, aren't getting bombed right now. So they can continue to run their current production unaffected by Shahed drone strikes and sell it at like literally double the price it was going months ago. They're doing great. The price is only going to go up because other countries are going to be willing to pay more and more and more to supplement their decreased, production. Free money.
Specifically was asked what happens if the Strait of Hormuz stays closed for another 60 days. He said the state's oil supply is stable in the short term, but beyond that, if the strait stays closed, prices will likely go up. Here's what that conversation was like.
I do not see presently, at least up to 6 weeks, a shortfall or a supply shortfall. Beyond that, I think based on what we're hearing from the industry and what we have observed, the pricing will move molecules towards California, but it will come at a price. And that's something that we need to closely watch.
For 6 weeks at least, there seems to be some certainty, but almost as certain is that if this situation continues after 6 weeks, we would likely see more price increases for gasoline.
More exposure, yes, absolutely.
What should California consumers be expecting in terms of price if this conflict continues for 3 months, 6 months?
If the prices continue to go beyond $6.25, you will really see demand coming down. So we would expect, the prices to stabilize under $7, more like $6.50.
I could certainly see the price of crude oil going up another $40 or $80 a barrel if we really went 60 more days. And I use those two numbers because they translate to another $1 or $2 per gallon. I don't think that's implausible at all. Unfortunately, I think that would be a crisis, and it would be completely out of control of the state of California.
Severin Borenstein, who you just heard there, he's a researcher and economist who has been studying the oil and gas industry in California for decades. He did float the suggestion of a possible gas tax holiday here in California. Governor Gavin Newsom has shut down the idea of suspending the gas tax as recently as a couple of weeks ago.
Did the governor say why he was shutting that idea down?
He just said no. He basically said no.
So is there an emergency plan in place?
So that was actually another question that lawmakers asked Gunda in this hearing. Gunda essentially said he's working on it. There is some proprietary information, some trade secrets from the oil industry that he legally cannot make public about what the near-term supply could look like when it comes to oil and gas. Gunda
that does nothing but prompt confidence. I just pulled up like a bunch of shorter YouTube videos on like the current state of the crisis. It's all negative. It's all negative. There's no even remotely positive news. No matter what you see from the market, every expert in the field right now is screaming and pulling the hair out of their head.
Energy prices are lower this morning despite the U.S. and Iran exchanging fire in the Persian Gulf. Joining us now, Matt Smith, Kepler, Director of Commodity Research. Matt, great to have you with us. So it seems like oil should be higher, and it's not. So what do you make of the action?
We're just volatile here, right, in terms of that financial index. Physical prices are higher here, But what you also have
How's it going down? Because these prices are speculative, and because Operation Epic Fury ended. They've done it before. It doesn't change anything.
to look at is the products. Product prices are much higher even still here. And so that's where the real problem is showing up, and that's where it's going to continue to show up here. So
you're really concerned about jet fuel, and a lot of people are planning their summer vacation or have their plans, and they're planning to go to places like Europe.
Yeah.
What do you say to them?
Just in the last couple of weeks, we've seen 12,000 flights being cancelled. That's 2 million seats. That is just for May. Yes, exactly. In terms of jet fuel exports on a global basis, we see about 2 million barrels a day being exported normally. Last month, we saw 1.3 million barrels a day. So it's not just the fact that you're not getting jet fuel out of the Middle East because they are the large exporters of the stuff, but it's the fact that Asia is not getting the crude that it needs to refine into the jet fuel. And so they're trying to meet their domestic needs, and they're struggling to meet the export needs as well. And so it is a series of dominoes that are falling here. And so jet is the first one to go. Asia is the first region, but it's going to spread across the globe. And it's
Cancel your plans? Yeah, my fucking one-day trip to San Francisco, my round trip from Seattle to San Francisco, fucking $730, man. Jesus Christ.
They're going to spread across the products
I'm
as well.
single-handedly
So,
keeping
the national average
Delta or
here for
UA or
gasoline
whatever
is
the fuck
approaching
airline I booked
$4.50 a gallon.
afloat.
You know, as oil prices tick higher, $5, $10 higher, that's going to be reflected through into incremental increases at the pump.
Do you think we will, and I know you're not an airline analyst, but do you think that we will see more seat cancellations based on this shortage of jet fuel? I mean, will it get much worse the longer the strait is closed?
Yeah.
Can you imagine if this spurs renewable energy finally? Well, actually, the two aren't that related. Like, the availability of petroleum being refined into gasoline and jet fuel doesn't really have any bearing on how we power our grid. You know, we're still going to need, at least in the short term, we're still going to need jet fuel and gasoline for this, you know? Not to mention all the downstream products from the petroleum, like fertilizers and plastics and so on.
Absolutely, yeah, it really is. And it's going to go across the various different regions as well. So even when we look at the US, we're extremely well supplied because we refine 16, 17 million barrels a day here. But we are seeing jet fuel exports out of the US increasing. They are being pulled into Europe because Europe cannot get jet fuel from the Middle East. It's the same on the diesel side of things. We are seeing more diesel going into Africa, into Australia from the US because they are struggling to get it. In the same as kind of like naphtha blending components, you're seeing that pulled to Asia as well because they can't get it from the Middle East. And so while the US is well supplied here, it is also getting all of its barrels being pulled out. Record US crude exports, we're seeing it across the barrel.
Does that impact how well we are supplied in the United States if we are exporting what we have to help other countries who do not have?
It's just simply that they will pay up for these products because they can't get them from elsewhere. And so that just means that domestic prices in the US are going to be going higher here. So it's problematic across the board.
Demand destruction, where do you see that level, and how is it impacted by the fact that we are going to see, or potentially will see, longer sustained high prices? And does that sort of level of demand destruction...
Could this whole war just have been on behalf of the American oil industry? Isn't every war?
There's a new warning in the fuel crisis tonight. We haven't even begun to see the real impacts. A former deputy head of the Air Force said...
Oil prices have risen by around 80%, yet markets appear relatively calm. But this calm is misleading because the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz, shortage of oil. Well, in the short term, many uses of petroleum products are very inelastic. Lorries and trucks use diesel. But if you're a firm and you want to transport goods to supermarkets, you need to keep buying diesel, whatever the price. And this is one reason why diesel prices have risen faster than petrol. Households may well be able to cut back on some non-essential travel. Rather than going for a road trip around the country, you stay closer to home. But for farmers and food transit firms, there's no viable alternative to diesel in the short term. So prices have to rise very high to reduce demand. And ultimately, we may get to a point where there just isn't enough oil and refineries run dry. And it is already manifesting itself in products like jet fuel and diesel. Even though we haven't yet reached a critical mass, some European airlines have started cancelling flights And this is the kind of thing that will escalate as shortages get more real. Now, back in 2022...
Maybe that's enough bad news for right now. You know, relatively speaking. Relatively speaking. What is this? Katie Porter and Tom Steyer?
No. I have said that billionaires like me should pay more taxes and the big corporations should pay more taxes.
Excuse me,
and
you
that's
literally
why,
said...
if this proposition is on the ballot in November, I'll vote for it. But going forward, we do need to go further. This is a one-time tax, and it also doesn't spread the money across the government the way everything else does, and specifically, it doesn't go to education and teachers and students, which is a critical need in the state of California. The tax I'm proposing to close a corporate real estate tax loophole is more money, and it's spread throughout the
have not-
candidate that's actually balanced two budgets.
Congressman.
I'm confused. Do you support the billionaire's tax that is going to be on the ballot in November, yes or no?
Katie, I just said I will vote for it if it's on the ballot in November. So what I've said is,
but you just said it wasn't a good idea.
Go far enough that in fact it is a one-time tax, and it also doesn't spread the money throughout the government. Look,
let me weigh
we
in.
have an education
I'm the only
system
candidate that's...
I mean, it seems to me, at least in this short exchange, he's doing quite well. I'm voting for Steyer, is what I'd say if I was still registered to vote in California, which I'm not, because I'm not fucking McMorrow. Governor debate clip of Becerra getting exposed as an oil company shill by Steyer. Dude, Steyer's ulting? He's fucking ulting?
Being in bed with oil companies
is $3 per gallon gas realistic in California in the next year? Was that ever on the table? What? I know I lived in LA, but $3 a gallon in California? Wait, what? No! What an impossible bar to set.
Is a mistake. Javier Becerra has taken the max amount of money from Chevron, and he has said they're good guys that we need. The truth of the matter is the oil companies are ripping us off at the pump, they're polluting our air, and they're burning up the planet.
Chevron,
Old clip?
That's a problem with politics. They're not the bad guy. You need Chevron. I need Chevron. My people of the state of California need Chevron. Chevron wants to give me a check. That's their prerogative.
I am the person on this stage who is fighting the oil companies. And the way that you know is they're spending millions of dollars to prevent me from getting elected.
Well, why not give back your billions of dollars that you made in
make
profits?
Polluters pay. And the truth of the matter is every environmentalist in this state has endorsed me.
Hey, Ben, how's the weather down
the
there?
People who are opposing me, you can just follow the money. The oil companies, the electric monopolies are spending tens of millions of dollars against me. The environmentalists are to a person supporting me. That's what's going on in this election.
I mean, every clip and all of the discourse that I have seen, it seems like Tom is doing a really good job. Ulta about ice. How many times did he owe?
The governor of California
Hey,
should
Porter.
hold people accountable who break the laws of
Or
California,
not Porter, sorry.
specifically
Fuck.
including ICE
Isn't
agents
she also called
and the people
Katie?
who send them to racially
Caitlin.
profile, which is illegal, and use violence against Californians, which is illegal. And it should go up the chain to the supervisors, right up to Stephen Miller. If he's sending people to racially profile and hurt Californians or kill Californians, he should be held liable. It is not legal for federal agents to come to California and break the law. It is absolutely critical that California's governor does stand up for everyone in California. That in fact, ICE to me is a criminal operation. I've said all along, we should abolish ICE. It's breaking the law. It is coming here deliberately to break the law. And that's why I'm saying we should hold them accountable. We should inspect the detention centers that they have in secret.
So just to
we
clarify,
should have a
Mr.
legal
Steyer,
defense fund. Yes,
just to
I do. I don't know. I would go all the way up the chain. I've gone as far as Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller should be held accountable for what the ICE agents do in California that he sends.
I don't know, man. I still get emails from people asking me who to support. I feel like Tom, it's not even close, man. You watch these debates. No one else is operating at his level. It's so based, I almost don't trust it. Yeah, I mean, you know, only so much you can do about that, really. He's clearly the best option of the available candidates. Also, Katie Porter is a bitch. Yes, and of course, we do hate women here. That is true. All right, hold on. Speaking of elections, let's focus on what's happening tomorrow for a second. So, the British deep state's trying to bury Polanski because they will allow anyone, even rabid fascists, to win over him. Polanski says journalists have been contacting his friends to get dirt on him and failing spectacularly. I've had so many friends, I'm literally talking maybe 20 or 30 in the last few weeks, who have phoned me and said a Times journalist has been phoning and they've been desperately trying to find things about your past. They asked me lots of questions and seemed disappointed I didn't have some juicy, dirty gossip. Man, oh man. Grim stuff. I really hope that in spite of the blitz against him, they are able to overperform in London, the Green Party. I really, 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 really hope. It seems like this media campaign against him has worked, you know, to the extent that his unfavorability has increased by like 15 points. Well, yeah, bongers are crazy anti-Semitic. I mean, yeah, at least according to the fucking political art they keep making of him, the goddamn cartoonists.
I just want to bring you a breaking story about Zach Polanski, who we've been talking about, of course, in relation to those approval ratings. He has apologised in the last few moments for claiming to be a spokesperson for the British Red Cross. This is in relation to...
Man, you volunteered for them. Don't ever apologize. You should never, ever, 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 ever apologize. Never apologize. You are fighting the Antichrist.
Story in the Times, the British Red Cross telling the Times that Polanski has not been a spokesperson for the charity, saying it's raised the issue with the Greens. He had claimed it on a personal website back in 2020, where he said that he was really proud of the work we do, falsely claiming to be a spokesperson for the Red Cross. But we can tell you now that he has, in the last few minutes, apologised. I used the wrong word, but I accept that.
Telling the BBC in the last...
Is that really an apology? You can't give them anything, man. He said it once 6 years ago. They have legitimately been going insane over him. Absolutely insane. I'm really hoping for some good news in the UK because I feel like we're going to end up going down the same goddamn direction. I mean, look at this shit. It's like every single British publication, the whole media class.
The Green Party has gone up like a rocket since he took over. On the political gains that have been made, its position in the polls is nothing short of astounding. But with a rise in popularity like that comes scrutiny. And I think that Zach Polanski has been found wanting on a number of issues. There's some stuff he does wittingly. I mean, you know, given where Polanski is getting his support, I mean, his attack on the police in Golders Green was fascinating in so many ways because, yes, of course he condemned the fact that two Jewish men had got stabbed. But what do people remember about it? People will remember him complaining about the police. He then apologises for it, which creates another news cycle about the police and the treatment of a Muslim suspect on the ground. And then he clarifies it further by saying, I shouldn't have done it on X. I should have done it in a private conversation with the Met Commissioner, which gives it another news cycle. So all the time, and you know, I was in America throughout the whole Trump first term, and whenever there was a controversy, Donald Trump was brilliant at letting the controversy run so that his supporters would get what he was saying, and then he might take down the post or whatever, or apologise for it.
But the focus was on him.
But nevertheless, it had done what he achieved to do. And I think that it seems, this is conjecture, that Polanski knows what he's doing here.
This is how bad it is. Greens are basically Trump to our media. I really don't even see that much mainstream media, from the UK, I mean, condemnation of fucking Robinson, you know? Like, it feels like, despite the fact that they're so bad, I mean, Christ, he just threatened to put concentration camps. Sorry, not Robinson. That's the different. Robinson's the supporter. The head is Farage. Thank you. Sorry, they're both like mainliners in the party. If you know, if in Robinson's case, not, you know, de facto. Our media loves Farage. Oh, they do. They do. What is this?
This level of delusion is absolutely wild.
Oh, this fucking guy.
Can a woman have a penis?
Yes. It's going to take them a long time on the National Health Service to get rid of it. That's another separate problem. I think you're lacking nuance and complexity about a pretty complicated
Not really. You couldn't have been clearer.
Actually, when you want to look at the science...
You were crystal clear after a simple question.
But you're laughing at it, which I think demeans trans people.
Absolutely ridiculous.
What have you got against trans people? Why are you punching down? Why are you not saying
nothing against
the real
trans
problem
people.
in this
I've already
country?
told you.
Love the Rattlesnake TV logo on this, like he contributed a lot to the clip. Amazing how the British media considered Farage untouchable 10 years ago, but now that the left is surging, he's suddenly okay. Same thing happened with Trump after Jan 6. After Jan 6, basically everyone dropped him, but now everyone chills with him. I saw like a bit, the Pawn Star, the head of the Pawn Stars, the TV show, you know, that fuckwit, he was like, yeah, man, I love Trump. You know, everyone loves Trump. There's no political consequences for associating with these people anymore, even though they've gotten worse with time. Oi, oi, oi.
Closer to a movement than a traditional party campaign. This is how the Green Party has found an audience at late-night socials, gaining ground where the governing Labour Party is losing trust with young voters. It's led by self-styled eco-populist Zach Polanski.
We're here because we want to get people elected, and we want to get people elected to change our society, to change our communities, to make sure people feel hope and they feel that plan.
He says the party is still focused on the environment, but it has broadened its message. Polanski has put issues such as solidarity with Palestine at the forefront of their campaigning, together with policies such as abolishing private landlords, decriminalising drugs.
Which tells you why they're so against him, you know?
I'm joined now by the news projects editor at the Sunday Times, James Kearney. Hello, James.
Good morning.
You'd have got that, Edam. Poor man was thinking of Gouda.
Oh, dear. I'm no cheese expert, so I probably wouldn't have done, yeah.
No? Edam, always red. Like a baby bell.
Like a baby bell. I get baby bell.
Baby bell's just...
Society to come together, the media, business, community leaders, other faith groups to come together and call out this anti-Semitism for what it is, and that is racism, pure and simple. We cannot tolerate it. We will not accept it.
So that was the Cabinet Minister Steve Reid speaking to Kate McCann and Stig Abel. You can hear them every morning, of course, on Times Radio from 6. And in the last few minutes, the Metropolitan Police have said they're investigating arson at a former synagogue in Tower Hamlets, East London, this morning.
A mosque. Hasn't been a synagogue in a long time. It's a mosque. Total union across the media class.
We'll have more about that later on the show. James, I want to talk about the language the Prime Minister is using this morning. He's expected to say these disgusting attacks are being made against British Jews, but make no mistake, this crisis, it is a crisis for all of us. Interested in whether it's a crisis. It's bad. It's a horrifying social trend. Is it a crisis?
Well, I think there's lots of good lessons to be learned here from what happened in Australia, actually. after the terrible shooting attacks in Sydney, we sent a reporter from the Sunday Times out there to go and speak to the Jewish community out there. And what we found there was a pattern of missed warnings, essentially. We were able to look back at that attack with the benefit of real hindsight and go and plot what had happened in Australia and Sydney over the past 2 years, with politicians squabbling, with lots of local authorities basically arguing about what constituted anti-Semitism or not anti-Semitism. And also, there was also this rhetoric of pro-Palestinianism, which had been, there were
rhetoric of pro-Palestinianism.
Two sides to that. One is a very kind of strong feeling about what was going on in Gaza and the pro-Palestinian language that was there. But then there was the pushing of the other side of it, which went straight into anti-Semitism, and the merging of the two sides of that debate. And what we saw in Sydney was that people didn't take enough warning from where these two boundaries started merging into each other. And I think that might be what is going on in Keir Starmer's mind, that we've seen enough serious incidents in this country now where somebody has to be seen to act. And we've got a prime minister who's massively under pressure. We've got local elections coming up. Now, whether or not this is a problem for the whole country, I think is actually where it's more pertinent, because you can go to lots of parts of the country and there aren't very visible members of the Jewish community there.
There are none in most parts of the country.
Exactly. And when you live I live in Surrey. I was brought up on the south coast. I grew up in communities where you didn't really come across any members of the Jewish community. So it's very hard, I think, for lots of people in the country to appreciate that what is going on in parts of, say, Manchester or parts...
Zionists are so fucking anti-Semitic. It's even more rawly because of capital in the United Kingdom, because they don't even have the evangelicals that we do. Like, in the United States, in addition to the fact that we have more Jews, and Jews in the United States are much more culturally prominent because they're very, very prominent in, New York and Los Angeles, which are like the two cultural juggernauts of the United States. But even in addition to that, the United States has, Christian evangelicals for whom Jewish control of the Levant is part of a religious conspiracy theory. The United Kingdom does not have that population. There are some, but not many, of those evangelicals. So it's just capital. How does one distinguish between Jews and Zionists? Well, Jews refers to a religious belief or cultural affiliation or ethnicity, and Zionists refers to a political belief. Let's not forget that per Charlene, much in the origins of the late 1800s Zionist movement was sending the British Jewry elsewhere. Yeah, no, the original Zionists were, very similar to like black separatists in the United States, where the early black separatists would often agree with white supremacists because they both believed that black people just shouldn't be in the United States, in the post-war United States, after they were no longer slaves. So yeah, probably still a good bit of that in the United Kingdom.
Parts of North London are actually relevant to them, but that doesn't mean it's not serious.
Yeah. Well, I mean, having grown up as a Jewish kid in Edinburgh, I think it was pretty much when I went to university was the first time I met a Jew of my own age that I wasn't related to. So I mean, most of the country is not like Manchester or London. I think what's interesting now. I mean, I obviously speak to quite a lot of British Jews because I am a British Jew, and a lot of my family are very much embedded in the Jewish community, and they would say our lives have changed immeasurably over the last 2 years, and nobody has cared. And I guess what interests me is whether this is something that can be done through policing. When this can be so the Prime Minister is expected to announce an extra £1 million towards the Common Ground programme to pay for things like interfaith projects and schools initiatives. Is that the kind of thing that does it? Because I worry it's bigger social trends, and it's like you can tinker at what kids are getting taught, but is that what fixes the problem? Maybe it is.
It's bigger.
Nobody's cared. It's all the media talks about. It literally is all the media talk. It's nonstop. You cannot escape the looming specter of Jewish feelings as described to you by non-Jewish elites in the political and media class. It's nonstop. I've never heard about anything more in my entire life. Oh, that's unfortunate, Benjamin.
Social trends, but it's also it's very difficult also to cut through what is a feeling of anger towards what lots of people see as the Israel's overreaction, and I use the word overreaction because, you know, you could say there's a justification to retaliate to what was happened on October 7th, but lots of people see this as a huge overreaction by Israel, and so therefore, how do you balance the right to free speech, to be critical of Israeli actions, while also making sure that
But you don't want people to be critical of Israeli actions.
You don't tolerate hate speech, which pushes into anti-Semitism. Now, I don't know how you possibly can communicate that and teach that lesson without it being very complicated. And actually what we've seen, I mean, we've got some very difficult decisions coming up for the police. We've got more pro-Palestine protests coming up on the streets. And the police are going to have to... We went too far, probably before, I think the police would say, where we had Palestine action. There was a tolerance of a lot of Palestine actions, but then the boundary was pushed too far.
Yeah, sure. And there's a pushback against it. There's a pushback against the pushback. Look, before we move on from this, and I'll try and say this carefully, but there are local elections looming. It is helpful for Labour to paint the Greens, Zach Polanski particularly, as soft on the question of anti-Semitism within his party. The fact that this is a big issue, it's not the government's doing that this is a big issue right now, it's because there have been attacks and it's been a growing issue. It is not unhelpful for the Labour Party that we're even having this conversation.
It is helpful, but I would say that if you're going to tackle an issue, then ahead of an election is a good time, but you then have to live up to your promises.
Yeah.
That is...
On the day before the local elections, the Times is running this on the front page of their UK page, which is a hit piece on Polanski. Where's the mention of Farage? Let's see what we've got here. Starmer warns Arts Council England on anti-Semitism. What about Farage? You know, the fascist? Farage's family out and forced to flip Tory heartland. That's not even negative. The Times is dog shit. I mean, yeah, but it's what you got, right? This is what they're running on the front fucking page. Zach Polanski falsely claimed to be a spokesman for the British Red Cross while crowdfunding his campaign for deputy leader of the Green Party. What they mean by that is that he said spokesman, but what he actually did was volunteer for them. That's it. It was like one time mention. What's this website layout? I don't know. It's archive. It's the add-on being mad. The add-on's being mad at me. Really grim polling. 40% say the UK would neither be better nor worse off if Jews left the country because of anti-Semitism. It's such an anti-Semitic country. What do you mean almost a majority of the UK does not care if anti-Semitism makes all the Jews flee the country? This is the country where the entire fucking media and political class are fully committed to servility to Israel. One in which basically the average member of the population genuinely doesn't give a fuck. That's crazy. It is weakest among 18 to 24s, 22%. Man, young British people, only 22% of them think the UK would be much worse off if all Jews were driven from Britain due to anti-Semitism. Look at the smears Labour's pulling out about the Greens. From London Labour. Greens exposed. Are they doing this for reform? I'm genuinely asking. Are they doing this for reform as well? Name Carlota Allam, or whatever. I've seen this story, though. This woman was groomed into being a drug mule, cooperated with the police after her arrest to catch the drug dealer responsible. Since 2006, she's operated a charity giving disabled mental health patients, current and former prisoners access to the arts. 30 years ago, this member of the Green Party was groomed and exploited into being a drug mule, and since then has been a productive member of society. You know Starmer's friends with Farage, right? Yeah. They get along. This is a long thread. Let's meet the Green candidates Zach Polanski thinks are fit to represent London. Jesus Christ, man. Labour sees their main enemy as the Greens. The entire media class sees the Greens as their main enemy. They're all completely aligned on this. That is crazy. Trying to see.
Yesterday, Britain's Jewish community suffered yet another vile terrorist attack. 2 men stabbed in broad daylight on the streets of Golders Green because they were Jews. I've just come back from Golders Green, where I expressed my sadness and solidarity with that community, but also my determination to act. Because the truth is, this attack is not a one-off. There have been a series of attacks, including an arson attack in Hendon, an attack on the Jewish ambulance service, Hatzolah, the firebombing of Kenton United Synagogue, which I visited last week. And on top of all this, Heaton Park in Manchester last October, where 2 Jewish men were killed in a vile Islamist attack on their synagogue. And so people are scared. Scared to show who they are in their community. Scared to go to synagogue and practice their religion. Scared to go to university as a Jew. To send their children to school as a Jew. To tell their colleagues that they are Jewish.
It's genuine. It's like the it's like Christians, man. The war on Christmas business. Yeah, people are scared to send their child to school as a Jew. Really? Really? They're really not high up on the list of target. Like, Muslims are easily the #1 most maligned major group in the United Kingdom. That's not even remotely arguable.
Even to use our NHS. Nobody should live like that in Britain, but Jews do. And so yesterday, this anxiety that is always there went to another place, to terror, frankly. That is the right word. I want to thank the Jewish security services who wrestle with this every day and who, alongside the police, prevented a much greater tragedy yesterday. I met some of the first responders today, and on behalf of the country, I thank them for their bravery. We will strengthen the visible police presence in our Jewish communities. We will increase our investment in those Jewish security services. We will introduce much stronger powers to shut down charities that promote anti-Semitic extremism.
Oh, really? Just really going for it, huh?
We will prevent hate preachers
More surveillance
from
slop.
entering our country, bar them from our campuses, our streets, our communities. Work with our justice system to speed up sentencing.
Funnily enough, Netanyahu criticized Stonger for the speech, by the way. He said, words are not enough to confront this scourge.
On anti-Semitic attacks. So there is a stronger deterrence factor, as we do with riots. And we need stronger powers to tackle the malign threat posed by states like...
The UK threat level, the terror threat level was raised from substantial to severe. And that the government has declared they are facing an anti-Semitism emergency. There wasn't, not even a single person died, man. It was one guy, and the first person who was attacked was Muslim. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy. This is insane, by the way. The London police announced a 100-officer force solely to protect Jews. Are they... Okay, genuine question. Are they trying to make the JQ real? Like, I don't... Really? With public tax dollars, a specific religious protection force exclusively for Jews. Are you trying to... Are you doing a bit? Do we need to register with the government as a Jew to get this personal protection? Fuck the dude, I'm converting. Fuck this, man. Let me be a celestial dragon, okay? I'll learn Hebrew. I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna be unstoppable. Jews in the UK mainly speak Yiddish. Well, historically, that was the case in the US as well, but Hebrew is the Hitlerite language. Where was that? Where was that? What was I? Yeah.
Iran. Because we know for a fact that they want to harm British Jews, which is why we will fast-track the necessary legislation. And yet, the truth is, while we can and we will bring the full power of the state to bear on this...
Isn't modern Hebrew literally like made up by one guy who guessed what he thought ancient Jews spoke? It's a syncretic language designed to be the cultural force, or one of the cultural touchstones behind the Israeli colonial project. It's not really like a historical uncovering of ancient Hebrew. It's more like we think this is the gist of it, and also we're mixing in some Arab, you know, because Arabic is like a current spoken language. It's not like Latin, where like Latin has this big, rich preservation history because of the Bible and so on. It's just they associate Yiddish with, it's the language of the weak Jew, the submissive, the European, who allowed themselves to be killed by the Germans, versus Hebrew is the strong Jew who kills Arabs and so on, you know?
This is about society, every bit as much as it is about security. At moments like this, we often say, this is not Britain. That these attacks are an affront to British values, to British tolerance, British decency. but they keep happening, don't they? And so today, instead, I will simply say that our values are not a gift handed down generation to generation. They are something we earn each day through action. They come from us. Anti-Semitism is an old, old hatred. History shows that the roots are deep.
It's so wild that no other group gets talked about like this. Like, not even remotely close. There's no other religious, ethnic, or national community that gets this kind of deference. There's no one else is treated with the kiddest of gloves.
And if you turn away, it grows back.
Black people? Nuts. No, not black. Not even remotely. In the United States, it's not really as much of a thing in the UK, but in the US, nobody shows the level of institutional deference to black people that Jews get. There's not a single group, not even white people. It sounds crazy, but it's objectively true. Like, you cannot talk about white people in government the way you talk about Jewish people. With this, like, constant bipartisan, like, we must commit all the resources of our society. We must sacrifice every constitutional protection that we enjoy, all of it, all for the sake, no cost is too great if it means further protecting the Jewish community. Nobody else gets talked about like this.
Yet far too many people in this country diminish it. They either don't see it or they don't want to see it. Take the marches that happen regularly across Britain. Of course, we protect freedom of speech and peaceful protest in this country. But if you are marching with people wearing pictures of paragliders without calling it out, you are venerating the murder of Jews. If you stand alongside people who say globalize the Intifada, you are calling for terrorism against Jews. And people who use that phrase should be prosecuted. It is racism, extreme racism. And it has left a minority community in this country scared, intimidated, wondering if they belong. So, I say again, this government will do everything in our power to stamp this hatred.
I swear Starmer and co are paving the way for reform at this point. They literally, Starmer's friends with Farage. They literally are. They're fine with it. They don't care.
Out. We will strengthen our security and protect our Jewish community. But I also call on everyone decent in this country to open their eyes to Jewish pain, Jewish suffering, and Jewish fear.
Sorry, I learned this from my favorite Jew, actually. Facts over feelings. Sorry.
Call on everyone to come together.
I'm a little tired. I'm a little tired of hearing how I gotta respect people's feelings. I want facts. Lay it out on the table. I want facts.
And fight anti-Semitism. And I call on everyone to fight
another 20 trillion to Jewish feelings.
Decent, respectful, tolerant Britain that I and millions of people love, so that our freedom and our values can still speak loud and true.
Say this about black people, you'll never hear the end of it. Oh my God, can you imagine if a US politician got up there and said that they were creating a specific task force for protecting black people, and that listen, I know we enjoy the right to freedom of speech and protest, but the feelings of black people need to be protected. Can you imagine? Oh my God, they would be fucking annihilated from orbit. Meanwhile, over here, like, all UK publications are like, yep, this is fine. Yep. Global, fucking nationwide anti-Semitism crisis. Yep.
A community that can no longer take it on faith. Thank you.
Fuck you. Why do neoliberals have lower approval ratings than other leaders? Because they're not very good at tricking people into voting for them. They're not as good at narrativizing. Please vote Green tomorrow, man, if you're in the UK.
An apparent arson attack on a disused synagogue in East London.
Really? Disused synagogue, an attack on it, huh? Out of curiosity, what is it now?
Little damage was done, but it was telling that forensics officers should be meeting on the steps of a synagogue just as senior police officers joined politicians and Jewish leaders in Downing Street. They heard the Prime Minister suggest that Iran could be behind some anti-Semitic attacks.
Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, it's every new... Look, this is the BBC. Counter-terror investigation into synagogue fire. And then the first sentence, former synagogue. Follows a series of attacks and attempted attacks on the Jewish community in recent weeks. Da-da-da-da-da. She added that building targeted has not been operational as a synagogue for some years. But that'll be of little comfort to the Jewish community in Tower Hamlets, Hackney and beyond, who are first in my thoughts this morning. Counter-terrorism policing are looking into potential links between this incident and recent attacks to the Jewish community in North and Northwest London. Is there any mention at all? Any mention at all? Hamza, who lives near the former synagogue, which he believes is being turned into a mosque? Which he believes? This is your future? The former synagogue was due to be sold in an auction building earlier this year with a separate bid by a Muslim group to buy the building and convert it into a mosque and community center. Oh, I didn't realize that the bid hadn't been accepted yet. Okay, my understanding of the issue then was a little bit inaccurate. That's my fault. I will say, though, if somebody was to commit an anti-Semitic attack, wouldn't they set fire to a synagogue that's being used as a synagogue and not one that's up for sale? Like... It sounds to me like, if anything, they're protesting the potential of it being acquired by a Muslim group. The language is still beyond Muslim. Oh, it doesn't change the fact that this is insanely misleading, 100%. Don't you think the narrative sounds a little bit different? After bid by Muslim group to convert synagogue into mosque offered, there was a fire there? Doesn't that sound a little bit different? Absolutely anything will be used as evidence that there's an anti-Semitism crisis because that's what they'll use to take your rights away. They are already taking your rights away.
Here.
Our message to Iran or to any other country that might seek to foment violence, hatred or division in society is that it will not be tolerated. That is why we're fast-tracking legislation to tackle these malign threats.
He told the gathering public bodies would do more to tackle anti-Semitism, but Jewish representatives still think the government can go further. What more should the government be doing now?
We want to see actual use of the powers that the police have to restrict the protest.
If you keep telling non-Jewish people that they have to choose between the feelings of Jewish people and the preservation of their political rights, they're going to make the choice. You can't keep doing this. You are unambiguously saying, like, your rights are less important than our feelings. You're not going to like the direction people go with this. They know what they're doing to the Jewish population. The average Jew isn't responsible for any of this. They're just living their life. They're just complaining about gas prices like the rest of us. But fucks like this, nonetheless, are perfectly okay sacrificing their entire fucking population because they know they'll get to have some swanky estate in the West Bank afterwards. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. The BBC article seems to have lied, by the way, about the bid placed by the Muslim group. It looks like the synagogue has been closed for a long time, and the Muslim group acquired it before the auction. It was sold before the auction to the DB, the Asha DB Education and Cultural Center, and they've already put down a £250,000 deposit. So when the BBC here not only doesn't mention any of that, but lies and refers it to Hamza, who lives near the former synagogue, which he believes is being turned into a mosque, this is just a lie. This arson was almost certainly from a Zionist or from somebody affiliated with Zionists who was burning it as a protest to the fact that a synagogue is being acquired by a Muslim group. That is infinitely more likely than another interpretation. If it was an anti-Semitic attack, why the fuck would you light it after it's been acquired by a Muslim group? That doesn't make any sense at all. The former synagogue was due to be sold at an auction this year. You know why they use this language? Was due? Because it was bought by that Muslim group before the auction. They're lying by omission here. Was due implies that there was supposed to be a sale, but there wasn't. But there was a sale. The BBC is deliberately omitting this information because they've decided the narrative for you. It's fucking insane, man. Oh my God. Every media group, all of them, all of the media, all like across the board, just lie after lie after lie after lie after lie. They will turn literally any story into a justification for the revocation of your rights due to the phantom of rising anti-Semitic violence. This is the UK. What are American outlets saying? Here's CBS News saying London knife attack keeps Jewish community in UK on high alert. So take from that what you will. Of course, the CBS News has been captured by the Ellisons and is run directly by Barry Weiss, a hyper-Zionist. So you can take from that what you will.
Which is taking place, taking into account cumulative effect and some of the incitement that takes place.
It really is the issue of our time. Opposing Israel and its reach and the people who are associated with it is more important singly as a political issue than almost anything else. It goes beyond a litmus test. It is like the root of evil. Mind you, again, and I have to keep insisting on this so people don't misinterpret me, what I'm talking about ultimately is just a core capital group. Israel itself isn't the issue, nor are Jews. Zionism, they're all wedges. They're all expressions of a set of political interest that are given a kind of community identity because it makes it easier for them to defend. None of this would fly if the British government was like, we want to take your rights away because wealthy people want to, you know? They have to frame it like this. And they're being very aggressive in doing so.
On those protests, we want to see prosecutions, we want to see use of the full force of the law.
This evening, the Crown Prosecution Service did announce measures to speed up hate
The
crime.
prosecutions he's referring to, by the way, are for pro-Palestinian protesters. He's not referring to the person who did the stabbings. That person has obviously already been prosecuted.
Prosecutions, and some politicians also want pro-Palestinian marches banned.
Those marches have become a festival of hatred. The people who may have wanted to have a protest about Palestine and so on, they have made their point. What those marches are now are providing. They
have made their point. Sorry. Yeah, no. Oh, not opposing genocide? Yeah, we get it. Thanks. Move along.
Cover for the really awful events like what we saw in Golders Green last week or in Manchester and Heaton Park several months ago. It's time to put a stop to them.
Anti-Semitism is now becoming an issue in the local elections, with Labour publishing an attack on the Green Party, highlighting past comments by Green candidates.
But every single one of them was said or written or shared by people who are standing for election for the Green Party.
What comments? You're going to just, you're going to say what they said, or are you just going to allude to them?
Visiting a synagogue today, the Lib Dem leader also...
I already knew the answer.
attack the Greens.
I'm afraid we've seen from candidates of the Green Party, from the Deputy Leader and the Leader of the Green Party, an unwillingness to stamp out anti-Semitism in their own party and indeed to allow people
Reform, Labour, Tories and Lib Dems all in coordination attacking the Green Party, the only party led by a Jew, Zach Polanski, the day before or the days before the local elections.
To make anti-Semitic remarks and not be punished. That is unacceptable.
The Green Party themselves turned down our requests for an interview today, but their leader, Zach Polanski, wrote that the relentless attacks from other parties showed they were doing everything in their...
The black woman we saw earlier of the Tories, I love this. In early April 2025, Badenoch, that's the black woman we saw, was the subject of cross-party condemnation when she defended Israel's decision to refuse entry and then deport Labour MPs Yon Yang and Abtissam Mohammed, who were traveling as part of a charity delegation. In response to Badenoch's comments on Sky News that she respected every country's right to control its borders, the UK Foreign Secretary released a statement. A few days later, after Badenoch criticized the government of China for not allowing the Liberal Democrat MP Vera Hobhouse to enter Hong Kong, she claimed the two situations are different. Just a few days apart. Israel has the right to control its borders by deporting our MPs. China doesn't. Just a couple days.
Power to stop the Greens.
Carl is here to talk about all this. Let's just start with what the government is or isn't doing about anti-Semitism. Sir Keir Starmer says he wants to crack down on it. What's he actually doing about it?
Well, he's grasping at as many levers as he can possibly reach. I mean, today his speech ranged from everything from Iran, as you heard in my report, to Arts Council funding and how that would be stopped if it was being used to promote anti-Semitism. So it is a very broad-ranging problem. He will certainly be doing more of it as the month goes on. There's a big review into hate crime and public order legislation. I expect the government, that will report before the end of the month, and the government will take further action then. Police, by the way, will have to take a decision in the next couple of weeks about the next big pro-Palestinian march and whether or not to place restrictions on that in the way that Kemi Badenoch has suggested. The organisers of those marches, by the way, I should put their point, they say that doesn't make any sense at all, given that they have hundreds of Jewish marchers on them. So this is complicated and broad.
What an inconvenient fact for your narrative.
Broad-ranging, and really it comes down to attitudes, which, as we know, can be very, very hard to shift. And in particular, but not exclusively, this idea that for some reason British Jews should be answerable for the actions of the Netanyahu government.
Moving on to the politics.
No one has ever said that. I have not seen a single person in the UK say that.
These are big, important elections this week, not least because something extraordinary appears to be happening, according to the polls, which is the two main parties look like they're both going to be eclipsed on either side, right?
Something huge is going on. It's really interesting. I mean, the left-wing bloc and the right-wing bloc in British politics seem stable, but within those blocs, it's splintering like we've never really seen before. So actually, I think it's no surprise that we've seen Labour and the Lib Dems attacking the Greens because they're chasing the same votes. Now, that's not to say that the Greens don't have a big problem with anti-Semitism, by the way. Even their former leader, Caroline Lucas.
I'm sure. It's so depressing. A look into what the United States, to an extent, is right now, but is likely going to be in the next, 5-10 years. I give it 3. Yeah, maybe.
This was a moment of escalation, following a series of anti-Semitic attacks, with Jewish places of worship the target of organised arson plots across this corner of North London. The motivations of these anti-Semitic attacks appear to vary. Some suspected of being orchestrated by the proxies of foreign states, and others still under investigation. But a focus on security has now moved to expression. Today, the Prime Minister convened a summit where he made the strongest demands on the culture sector and universities.
Yeah, we saw
will
this.
now to suspend, withdraw and claw back funding.
This follows concern over these
exactly Zionist proxies. I'm getting to the point where I assume that all anti-Semitic attacks that don't have a perpetrator that is immediately caught, things like arson, where you don't catch anyone, I'm just going to assume they're Zionist false flags until proven otherwise. It has happened like a lot. Like if you look up how many times it's happened a lot. Orchestrated by Israel, orchestrated by pro-Zionist groups. Don't really care. You're not taking my rights away. Well, you might take my rights away. Unfortunately, it looks like the First Amendment's pretty much in tatters anyway, but I'm not going to be happy about it. I will complain about it when you destroy the West. I will be unhappy. No, it's right now taking the establishment media at its word for anti-Semitic attacks is like taking right-wing media at its word over like vaccine side effects, you know? I'm aware of the fact that any vaccine, including well-researched and tested ones, will have side effects to some portion of the population, and I'm interested in understanding that and to an extent preventing it, like to the extent you can prevent vaccine side effects. But like there is such a motivation to dishonesty and so many obvious cases of dishonesty from the people who are presenting that information that it feels irresponsible to even engage with it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's the world they're building. They're building the torment nexus. They're building a world that is definitionally, and I mean, again, this is the explicit project built around the sacrifice of the Jewish population to bring about the rapture. That's what they want. That's what they're trying to build. So like, you know, I don't know, man. I feel like the best thing you can do to prevent anti-Semitism is to stop Zionists. Reducing Zionist influence and Israeli control over Western governments is the best thing you could possibly do for the innocent Jewish population in these countries who, in many cases, even if they're Zionist, are just Zionist in like a stupid, passive, self-interested way. Like, you know, they're told by every media outlet that Zionism is necessary for their safety, and most people are stupid, so they're like, oh yeah, I guess, you know? The average Jewish Zionist is not like these fucking deep state freaks. Friends of Epstein, friends across the aisle of each other, no political principles or priority. They just want to take your rights away. The average Jewish guy's just paying $6 a gallon for gas right now, you know? They're not responsible for any of this. And the best thing that we can do to help them is to prevent people like this from sacrificing the entire fucking civilization we all live in to the specter of anti-Semitism. Christ. Anyway, vote green. As long as we're concentrating on the, wow, we sure are sacrificing the future of our countries to Israel. Let's take a look at Mamdani. Mamdani gave a speech after the illegal sale of West Bank land from the synagogue in Israel. There was a big protest. We looked at it yesterday on stream. The NYPD established a massive, borderline unprecedented no-speech zone 6 blocks from the event. The NYPD spent millions providing a greater protective radius to the synagogue illegally selling West Bank land than they do for foreign diplomats, presidential visits, so on and so forth. They spent more money, more time, more security, and built a greater perimeter than they do often for legitimate diplomatic visits. All to protect the synagogue illegally selling West Bank land.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you assess how you think things went last night at the Parkview synagogue protest? Do you think the police are...
Mamdani needs to gut the NYPD quick. Jessica Tisch is a Zionist. She has to go, yeah. I understand that he had to make moves to compromise earlier on, so he's not immediately facing a belligerent NYPD, but he needs to put plans into motion.
Actively enforced a buffer zone, is that what essentially happened? And was the right to protest sufficiently protected in your view? And I have one more question.
Yes, I think that I've made it clear time and time again that we in this city believe in the sacrosanct nature of the right to protest, and also are committed to ensuring that any New Yorker can safely enter or exit from a house of worship, and that access never be in question, while we also protect the First Amendment. And I do believe that the police ensured that yesterday.
And as you talk about ways to prevent anti-Semitism, I noticed yesterday that when you put out a statement about the protest, in advance of the protest, you noted that you agreed with the protesters. You've weighed in on the subject of Israel in a couple of other ways and recent days. And I just wonder whether, are you considering whether you personally putting your views about Israel out there is in any way fueling anti-Semitism in the city? Do you ever think maybe you should just not weigh in or just not bring it up?
I think that critique of the policies of a government are very much separate from bigotry towards the people of a specific religious faith. And there is no tolerance for anti-Semitism. There is no tolerance for hatred of Jewish New Yorkers, which we have seen time and time again, whether it be in the graffiti of swastikas on a number of homes across Queens recently. And I've also been clear to New Yorkers my honest opinions about the fact that when we have a real estate expo that is promoting the sale of land, which includes the sale of land in occupied West Bank in settlements that are a violation of international law, that is something that I firmly disagree with, and that I also believe that many New Yorkers firmly disagree with, because it has been at the heart of...
I'm glad he's acknowledging this. I bet a lot of people don't even know what that synagogue was doing. Certainly not if you read the New York Post. Hateful anti-Israel mob descends on historic NYC synagogue. Clashes with cops in rowdy protest. There it is. Property sales in Israel and the West Bank. Couldn't fit in the title, I'm sure. Ran out of space, yeah. Violent protesters, vitigious cops shoving and hitting people. Many such cases, yeah. Basically all cases, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Somebody linked this. How compromised the UK police are. We obtained the diary of Tzibi Hoteveli, former Israeli ambassador in London. It reveals how she held private meetings with Met Police Commissioner Mark Rowley in November 2023 and Assistant Commissioner Matt Jukes in August 2024. That's interesting. Why would a former Israeli ambassador hold meetings with the head of the Met Police? That's so strange. Like, literally, what is the intersection there? Like, at all. Just for fun. That's legit deep state shit. Dude, it's really unsubtle these days. I think that, like, a unified front against Zionism is the bare minimum of even calling yourself a liberal at this point. Like, it's so obvious that every vestige, every, like, even perception of democracy that we once had, that not just faith in it, but, like, the actual functioning mechanisms of democracy are just completely broken. And the degree of, like, across the board media and political subservience to Israel and to Zionism, it just destroys the illusion. Even, like, we don't even have an illusion. I have no idea how you can even call yourself a liberal without opposing this, you know? It's like a parody. River. Well, at least River's happy. I'm also happy? Why? What do you have to be happy about, huh?
It is time now for Money Power Politics. And for the first time in weeks, Investors are reining in their optimism over the war in Iran. The Dow plunged more than 550 points and oil prices climbed after Iran launched a new wave of attacks across the Gulf region. As we mentioned, according to the U.S. military, Iran fired on American ships in the Strait of Hormuz, but the missiles and drones were intercepted and no ships were hit. The UAE also said that an Iranian attack caused a fire in the largest oil storage area in the Emirates. Meanwhile, here in the U.S., the last California-bound oil tanker to pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
Heard that. And quite a historic moment, if I do say so. That was from yesterday. Today, we did fire on an Iranian oil tanker. Pentagon's covering up the damage. Oh, yeah, we saw that earlier. The damage to U.S. bases. It sure does seem like the war is over. I love my market manipulation. Around $1 billion in crude oil shorts were opened at 3:40 a.m. ET, 70 minutes before Axios reported the U.S. and Iran were nearing a 14-point deal to end the war. This is from today. I swear to God, I've seen this exact same Clash Report article like 8 times. They keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. Nearly 10,000 contracts were sold short with no major news at the time. By 7 a.m. ET, oil had dropped over 12%, turning the trade into an estimated $125 million gain. That's cool. They keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. What is this? The tit whisperer Zach Polanski thought it would be a good idea. Is this person mentally ill? Send 2 of his woke green goons to my doorstep. But they weren't keen to engage when I pushed them on his false hypnotism. What? Hold on. What am I... You have to give me more context for these.
Hello. We're from the Green Party ahead of my election.
Oh, God.
No, that's okay.
Are you honestly?
Yeah.
So you support the tit whisperer? That's what I call Zach Polanski.
Oh, gosh. I love your suit, by the way.
Thank you.
Very sweet.
So do you know that he tried to hypnotise a woman?
I've heard, yeah, maybe like stories from when he was very young. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
How do you feel about that?
Somehow. I think he's answered on it. Yeah.
He tried to increase their cup size.
Yeah, I think he's spoken about it, but we're just campaigning on local issues.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that really puts me off him.
That's fair enough. That's fair.
What about his retweeting of the post saying that the police in Golders Green were wrong to kick that
again,
terrorist suspect?
National level politics, it's all...
But how do you feel about that? Because he's your leader.
I think it's very unfortunate, you know, like social media is very difficult.
Yeah.
Girls, I don't think this guy's interested in talking policy. I don't think this guy's interested in anything really except for the clips he's getting here. Dan Wotton used to be on Great Britain News. Gotcha. This dude's voice is so annoying. You can always tell when a person's a grifter, man. Maybe some actual politics, some local politics. FBI raids office of top Democratic leader in redistricting wars. Oh, all right. Okay, we're doing like McCarthy stuff then. That's cool. Virginia's Eloise Lucas, cool name, comic book name, has been unafraid to stand up to Trump. Now she's become a target after a major victory. Right, they redistricted Virginia, and I guess this is retaliation. The FBI raided the Portsmouth, Virginia office of Virginia Senate President pro tempore Eloise Lucas, a Democratic leader in the state, behind its redistricting victory on Wednesday, ostensibly over corruption allegations. Isn't she the granny on Twitter who's been popping off? She is, right? No wonder they went after her.
The FBI here telling us today that these are court-authorized criminal search warrants that they are issuing, and they're going into the building behind me. This is the office here in Portsmouth of State Senator Louise Lucas. You can likely see some of the FBI agents behind me. All of the staffers inside this building were told to come outside. I could hear them saying that they were not allowed back in the building. Throughout the last hour, we've been seeing the FBI come and go carrying boxes out of the building. Now, just across the parking lot next to where I am, there is a cannabis dispensary. We know that the state senator is associated with several cannabis locations and dispensaries. And what we're seeing there, a completely different scene carrying out. SWAT teams arrived with their weapons drawn, telling anyone in the building to...
Jesus Christ. Okay, so yeah, it's 100% just a punitive raid. Yeah, they're mad that they lost seats in Virginia, so they're punishing a high-profile advocate for the redistricting effort.
Come out of the building with their hands up. We also saw at least 3 people being taken away, taken into custody. First, they were put in handcuffs, put on the ground, and then they were taken away. So it's a slightly less large presence than we did see earlier, but there still is a good amount of FBI agents still here on the ground. Also, what happened within the last hour, the Senator Louise Lucas arrived here herself. I was able to speak with her. I asked her what her reaction was to all of this. She told me she had no idea what they were doing here. I asked her about the different locations that they might be. She, in response, asked me what locations the FBI were at today. We know, according to officials, at least 10 locations are being...
It's about her weed business? Well, no, it's about the redistricting, obviously. And her posting. You know the evidence chain's going to be all fucked up. Oh, of course she's not going to be fucking convicted on anything. They're just doing this to try to threaten people out of opposing Trump.
Breaking news, we said we'd go back to this, and now we can. Federal agents are arresting people in that string of FBI raids across Virginia. This is all connected to an influential Democrat in the Commonwealth of Virginia, State Senator Louise Lucas. They are at her office executing warrants as a part of a major corruption probe. So I want to go back now to Alex Hogan, who's there. Alex.
Like, seriously, corruption? Really? You just like a week after Virginia redistricts, this is when you close in on a fucking corruption bust? Yeah, I'm sure.
Hi, Harris. So you can still see that the FBI are behind me. We've been seeing them throughout the morning, bringing boxes in and out. They also told staff members they needed to leave the building. We heard some of those employees coming out saying that they were told they had to leave and they were not allowed back.
Okay, so Fox News was tipped beforehand because this is all political theater. The FBI is raiding the office of Virginia Senate President Pro Tempore L. Louise Lucas in Portsmouth, Virginia, according to Fox News, who is conveniently on the scene. Was Fox News there early enough that it was suspicious? Like, Fox News was there when the raid was actually being conducted, not just in the aftermath? I am only seeing on-the-scene reporting from Fox, which is awfully convenient.
Inside, I do want to give you some context of where we are. The FBI not only arriving here at this location, but also at the dispensary, the cannabis dispensary, just across the parking lot. And this is a look at what it looked like earlier today with the FBI agents arriving, SWAT teams getting out of their vehicles with weapons, telling people inside that cannabis dispensary to put their hands up and to come outside. At least 3 people were taken into custody. Federal law enforcement say that they're carrying out these court-authorized criminal search warrants at more than 10 locations across the state. Again, this is the State Senator Louise Lucas's office behind me, but we're also learning that she is connected to this dispensary here. Senator Lucas is President Pro Tem, meaning she's one of the highest and most powerful figures in the entire state legislature. And when she arrived here, I asked her about being here as the FBI raided these locations. Take a listen.
About what they're doing? I don't know what's going on. I just came from a medical appointment, so I'm just gonna wait until they tell me.
She seems chill.
So again, dozens of members of the FBI arriving here and being here throughout the last hour, taking boxes of documents we could imagine from the office behind me. They're also still at this cannabis dispensary. We have seen the senator circle around a couple times in her vehicle. Clearly, as we heard her say in that comment, that she doesn't know why they're here. A lot of questions.
Yeah, Fox News was definitely tipped off for this. I'm not seeing any other on-site reporting. That was there early enough to catch the actual arrests. There's no reason to not assume Fox was tipped off by the FBI beforehand. Or by the Trump administration.
There's an FBI raid happening right now at the offices of a Virginia state senator. This is in Portsmouth, Virginia. So let's talk to CBS News Justice reporter Jake Rosen. He's live in our Washington, D.C. newsroom. Do we know why the raid's happening?
Well, Reed, we do not, but here's what we do know. The president pro tempore of the Virginia State Senate, Louise Lucas, had a business that she co-owns, a cannabis dispensary, and her official offices raided today by the FBI. A bureau spokesperson told us that there was court-authorized law enforcement activity that was being conducted throughout the morning and afternoon there. We also know that she was one of the biggest and most outspoken proponents of that now paused temporarily Virginia redistricting effort led by Democrats in the state that was put on a referendum and passed, and one of the loudest critics of Republicans who had administration. We are working to find out exactly what this investigation stems from. Hopefully we can do that for you soon, Reed. Is certainly something to be said here about these charges or this investigation that has been brought here against her. We know it's currently ongoing, and just whether this is something that was politicized in nature or simply just potentially something related to her businesses or her corruption remains to be seen.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. That, in addition to this, the FBI's reportedly opened a leak investigation tied to an Atlantic article criticizing FBI Director Kash Patel. We all remember the one. The probe focuses on reporter Sarah Fitzpatrick, who published claims from anonymous sources about Patel's alleged drinking and erratic behavior. The investigation is unusual because it does not involve classified information and appears centered on identifying leaks to a journalist. Cool. No crimes committed, but we're opening a leak investigation just because we're mad about the article. That's cool. Yeah. Dog, Cash, you're not going to find out who leaked the info to Sarah. Everyone in your department fucking hates you. On the plus side, Kat Abighazaleh has had the charges against her dismissed, along with the 5 others of the Broadview 6. Yeah. These crackdowns from the feds aren't even effective. Like, they're not really... They're being used as a silencing tactic, but they're not leading to any convictions. Well, at least she doesn't have to deal with that anymore. I don't need to see any more of Ben-Gvir, thank you. It's punishment for VA redistricting. Well, convictions aren't really the point. No, but I'm sure they'd be happy if they could get them, you know? Ugh. It's so fucking grim, man. There's like no good news happening right now. It's crazy. The economy is imploding. The war will never end. The UK is committing suicide. We're committing suicide. Georgia Republicans want the state legislature to eliminate black representation to better reflect Georgia values. That's cool. I don't really see what this link has to do with what you said. I don't really see it here. I don't really get it. Maybe I'm just tired. Idiots. It's abstract. I should be able to figure it out. On that vein, we do have the The Supreme Court fast-tracking the elimination of a black majority district in Louisiana. That's pretty cool. Apparently, they're delaying the primary to redraw the map. They're not just delaying the primary. The governor of Louisiana is tossing out an ongoing vote in order to redraw the maps. Like tens of thousands of people voted in local elections, and he's just throwing them in the trash so that he can really quickly get out this new Louisiana congressional map that has one less black district. No commentary on this one.
Welcome back. The nationwide redistricting battle is escalating. Protests outside of Alabama's State House and a heated exchange between Supreme Court justices. The High Court on Monday taking further action that will allow Louisiana to use a new map for the upcoming primaries. NTD's Melina Weisskopf joins us live. Good morning, Melina. Good to see you. First, tell us about the latest Supreme Court action.
Hey, good morning, Steph. So justices on Monday released an additional procedural ruling that will allow their previous ruling on the Voting Rights Act to be effective immediately instead of waiting 32 days, as is usual with rulings like this.
So the context here is that Louisiana was there was a push for a map that would add a second black majority district to Louisiana, which conformed to the previous rules of the Voting Rights Act. It was the case against it was brought to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court in response gutted the Voting Rights Act, meaning that Louisiana no longer needed to have that second black majority district. And then, in an incredibly rare move, the Supreme Court also, in addition, said, oh, by the way, you can fast track that map change. Like, you can actually just not wait 30 days. You can go right ahead and immediately blitz to get rid of that second black majority district to implement the new map with less black representation. You can just get that done immediately. The Supreme Court almost never does this. Under any other court, they would be forced to wait until after the midterms to draw a new map.
Justice has not done this, Steph. Louisiana might have been forced to use the old map that was just deemed unconstitutional, but this change that the justices made led to heated back and forth, specifically between Justice Samuel Alito and Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. Alito wrote that because the election is so close, prompt action by the court was warranted, and then Justice Jackson dissented that the court is not content to have decided the law. She says it now takes steps to influence its implementation. Then Alito responded to this dissent pretty much saying that the court can't avoid taking action when needed simply because some might accuse it of being partisan. Alito called such accusations unjustified. Now, this comes, of course, after the governor in Louisiana delayed the primary election to give legislators more time to draw that new map that will comply with the law. Legislators have already started that process of redrawing their lines, and a vote is possible to approve that map by next week. Democrats in Louisiana, remember, could lose 2 seats under the map that's still in the works right now, Steph.
Yeah, Melina.
42,000 votes have already been cast in Louisiana. Yep. It's crazy. The Supreme Court just like, yeah, not only can you like, again, I think if you had told somebody 10 years ago that this was going to happen, nobody would believe you. Nobody would believe the Supreme Court would gut the Voting Rights Act, which is, again, exactly what it's not like lefty hyperbole. They really did gut it to the ground. And then, in addition, say that it would be legal for the governor to toss out votes in an ongoing active election so that you could get that new, less black map out as quickly as possible. Like, it's unfathomable. No one would believe you. If you went back in time and said this would happen, even liberals would be like, come on. Come on. Come on. Like, nobody would, yeah. And you can't even challenge it? Nope, the high priests have decided. The elected for life, or the selected for life high priests have decided it. That's been John Roberts' main goal since Reagan, though it's crazy he's actually been able to achieve it. Yep, they're getting everything they want. What was the logic of the lifetime appointment? I think the founding fathers thought that men of some decency would remain the political crop rather than like illiterate, stupid, pedophile, retard Zionists. I think the founding fathers had overly optimistic expectations about the general direction of the electorate and the politicians with regard to their like honesty, I suppose. Yeah, also everyone died at like 60 or 70. Yeesh.
So primary elections are happening in Indiana and Ohio today, 2 states where redistricting has become a top issue, and they're not the only places where new voting maps could have an impact this midterm season. Joining us this morning is CBS News Executive Director of Elections.
How about civil exams for candidates? I think we need civil exams for voters. I think that like I'm sorry, again, I know it might come across as hyperbolic, but I want you all to understand I'm being dead serious when I say that democracy has failed. Like, the set of rules that was built to bring about good outcomes is not bringing about good outcomes. The bad outcomes that we're getting are not brief temporal fluctuations. They're not within the range of expected decision making. These are genuinely nation and civilization ruining decisions that are continuing to compound and worsen an already broken system. The set of incentives that we have built simply don't work. You know, you can pretend they have, but if you do, you're delusional. Like at this point, we need to start talking about like fundamental restructuring of how we think about the democracy that we live in and the democracy we want to live in. And it's just not. That would require a constitutional convention and a constitutional amendment. Well, the formation of the United States of America didn't require the consent of the British king, did it? No, we do not need to be ruled by billionaire pedophiles for all time, forever. Eventually, this will snap, and we're man, every day we're getting closer to snapping, like the rubber band effect, you know. And we're going to have to work on keeping this from happening again. We have to learn from Reconstruction, you know? What happened after the Civil War? We basically didn't do anything to restructure incentives within the South. And now, as a consequence, today, you know, Confederate apologia runs rampant, and the general political interests of the white majority in the South have remained largely unchanged since the pre-Civil War days, certainly with regard to like their animus towards Black Americans, immigrants, and so on. We know like what they want. They succeeded. The Confederacy succeeded in making the North more like them. The Confederacy succeeded. They made every rural American like them.
And surveys, Anthony Salvanto. Good to see you. How are you? All right, so let's start with Louisiana. Explain that ruling from the Supreme Court on that landmark decision striking down the state's redrawn congressional map.
So the short answer to that, Vlad, is that Louisiana is going to end up redrawing its maps. And what I'm showing you here is the red and blue Republican voting districts and 2, in this case, Democratic voting districts. But this is as a result of the VRA ruling. And what that means, the background here is that since the Voting Rights Act, the court previously has interpreted that to mean that when states draw their districts, they can't do so in a way that, in the judgment of those, in the courts, that might dilute the voting power of minority voters including these states. So with this court ruling now, Louisiana is going to go back and they're going to redraw these districts. And the net here could be that both of these are majority minority districts. Black voters here, this could go away. At least one of them could go away.
Also want to talk about Florida, right?
If we don't do it through the amendment process, it'll be done after violent revolt in a new system. I just think that they need to ignore the rules. You can do that. Republicans do it all the time. The Supreme Court has decided on objectively unconstitutional. Like, the Supreme Court just gutted the Voting Rights Act for no reason. There's no real constitutional justification for it. They just did it. You can just ignore. You can just do it. Power is power. If you have a mandate, that's it. That's all that really matters, as they've demonstrated. Like, you can accuse me of being a radical, but I genuinely think that what I'm describing right now is the only, like, it's not only the only thing we can do, it's the guaranteed to happen. It's literally guaranteed, because the direction we're being sent in right now is oblivion. And I do think there will be a pivot. We will turn away from oblivion at some point or another, but the rules are set up in such a way that the only way to avoid oblivion is to just not follow them. The rules have been structured in such a way as to guarantee that if we continue to follow them as is, the other side, the bad actors, will continue to guarantee oblivion until we decide we won't let them do that anymore. So it's really just a matter of, like, under what conditions you want it to happen. You know what I mean? You have to, if you think about it along more simple lines, we're really just looking for, like, where the breakpoint is going to be, right? Imagine you have a system wherein you produce enough food for everyone, but enough food is taken by the people at the top that many people starve. And as time goes on, more and more people are starving. Like, eventually, everyone will starve. Or the rules have to be changed. Well, the only one who can change the rules are the people on top. Okay, they're not going to change them. Then what do? I guess civilization's over. I guess, like, the grand experiment has led us to this point, but now there is a confluence of environmental and legal circumstances that make it impossible for us to continue beyond this point without breaking a rule, and we can't break rules, so obviously we all have to die. Like, it's really just, where is the fracture point, and when is it going to fracture? That's it. The goal should be fixing democracy, though, not tearing it down more. Everything that I have said and everything that I've advocated for is born of a love of true democracy. It is, what we have right now is not meaningfully democracy. Democracy isn't just like a set of little bullet points you're supposed to fill out. It's not a checkbox. It's a representation of the will in a political system to represent the interests of the people who participate. It goes beyond. You can create a million little rules that technically tick the boxes, but in practice don't represent the interests of the people. Let me ask you, so I'm being serious, is it democracy if people vote time and time and time and time again to give away their political rights and to give more money to the police, to the military, because they're being told day in and day out by a combined media and political class that the world is getting more dangerous, crime is on the rise, and the only way for you and your family to remain safe is to do those things, when they are wrong, when they're lying, when the media and the political class are just lying. Like, the world is safer than it ever has been, crime is on the way down, you do not, in fact, need to give up your rights and your money to the police and military. If people then, because of that disinformation, vote consistently, time and time again, vote away their rights, vote in favor of more military and police spending, is that a democracy? Really, I mean it. Like, technically, yes, they are voting of their own free will for what they believe is in their best interests. Is it really a democracy? I guess my answer there is that no, it's not. Because it's violating the spirit of the democracy, you know? You can set up a Plato's cave and convince people to vote against their own interests easily if you control enough, if you're wealthy enough, if you're powerful enough, if you have enough friends. Is that really the limit of what a democracy can be? You're just giving the wealthy a set of tools and a big toolbox to manipulate your opinion until eventually you just agree with everything they want you to do anyway? That can't possibly be the end. That can't be how this all ends. Democracy is just like a failed experiment, the whole thing? I believe we can do better.
Same day that ruling came down, Governor Ron DeSantis also signed into a redrawing of the congressional map. What's the latest there?
So I'm going to show you this. Florida in context, you mentioned at the top Indiana and Ohio. Mm-hmm. This is notable because, yes, the Republicans could gain a seat, maybe a few more out of Ohio due to their redistricting. Indiana did not. And yes, as some politicos have reported, that's drawn the ire in some respects of the White House. Florida now is moving to redraw its districts and try to net the Republicans now maybe 3, maybe 4 seats. The issue here is that this, as apart from the Voting Rights Act...
A functioning democracy requires an educated population. Yeah, but we don't have one right now. Right now, the population and their preferences and their beliefs are being completely controlled by the ruling class. So, like, what do we do then? You know? You think you're going to be able to just, what, educate fascism out of the population in a generation or two? No, no, no. No, 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 no. Have to act a little bit faster than that. That's true, Masaigo, though it's worth noting that the UK has a radically different electoral system, and they are facing the exact same problem. In fact, they're farther along in the process. Germany's doing the same thing. France is doing the same thing. Everywhere across the West, every democracy is falling into the exact same set of patterns. At least every major one. Spain's more autonomous to an extent, though, you know, we'll see how long that lasts. It's a long battle. Democratic backslide's a thing? Yeah, I just wish that people wouldn't think of democratic backslide as an incidental and unfortunate potential within a democratic system, and rather as the inevitable consequence of all democratic systems based on the current set of rules that we allow for them. Democratic backslide isn't just a part of the shaky path towards progress. Democratic backslide is potentially the permanent end of democracy as a global system of governance, the end of the era. You know? Like, we didn't experience feudalism backslide. Feudalism ended. It stopped being a viable political system. Ugh. Hello, River. One more warm butt? Do you want more warm butt? Do you want to sit on the computer? Do you want the warm butt from the warm air from my PC while you fill my PC with cat hair? Do you want the warm butt? Is that what you want? Warm butt. Warm butt achieved. You and your chat have fallen so far. What do you want? Rhino Forever 16, you've been like whining all stream, and I don't even know what you were arguing about from the beginning. What were you arguing about earlier today? Dude, I got run over by a car and dragged 40 meters. Is that why your brain is like that now? I don't... Oh, wait, I don't think the recent messages have loaded here. No, you're correct, Vosh is being hyperbolic. You can say I'm being hyperbolic at your own risk, but I think that, and pardon me for being a little bit conceited, I think that I've been uniquely prescient in my estimations of the way things would go over the past couple of years, you know? My belief that the Democratic Party would not only be incompetent, but fundamentally incapable of meeting the moment. The idea that the Republicans represent not just a threat to America's well-being, but an existential threat and kind of like a foul portent for the future. It has admittedly been worse than I expected, but I do think that to an extent, you know, mean, if anything, if it ended up being worse than I expected, then you should take me more seriously when my predictions get more negative. But you can, you know. I just think I want the democratic experiment to continue, you know? I don't think that's extreme. I think that most Americans would agree. The root of your logic has changed. The root of my logic has remained completely identical to what it used to be, which is that I want a political system where the interests of the people are represented in government. Whether or not it's socialist. I like socialism, but, you know, we don't live in that world. It would be nice to live in that world, but we don't. All the same, you know, that doesn't really change the fact that we can take steps towards representation as a political ideal, you know? In my opinion. Wait, you like socialism? Absolute 0 degrees Celsius take, but true. I genuinely do think that at this point, the average American probably would agree. So obviously, Republicans believe in burning everything down because they voted for Trump 3 times. But I feel like if you talk to the average Democratic voter and you were like, you realize this is the end, right? You know? Like if you sat a Democratic voter down and you were like, listen, in my opinion, this isn't going to end. Like the Trump may die of old age or whatever. You might lose in 2028. Fundamentally, we're in the decline. We're in the decline for specific reasons. A lot of them have to do with corporate capture of the media and of politics, but it's sort of a multi-variable, you know, process, I think. But like without fundamental change, without like significant fundamental change, it's going to be over. Like we're just continuing down the backslide. I think the average Democratic voter would agree with that. I really do. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I really do believe that, though. And I think, maybe more to my point, every year, more of them believe it. I don't believe that. Oh, well, I think you're irrational. I don't think the average Democratic voter is that brain damaged. 6'7", you think, for one, your name is 6'7", don't talk about brain damage. For two, you really think that's brain damage? That's crazy to me. No, I'm being serious. You think it's brain damage to believe that the effects acting on our democracy right now aren't just like temporary fluctuations on a long arc that's generally like, you know, up and up or maybe neutral or whatever, but rather a representation of the fund. Democracy will endure. I genuinely think that you're delusional. Democracy is the minority. Democracy has only existed as the default, like, international system, or even just within the West, for a relatively short time. The idea that this is the default, like, you sound incredibly naive to me. That's a crazy thing to believe. I don't get it. Yeah. I feel like I just care about democracy more than you do, I guess. I think that you're complacent and you're trying to disguise your complacency as resilience or optimism. But in reality, you just don't like the idea of having to take an active role in protecting the values you claim to care about. I just think I like it more than you do, I guess. Complacency or denial, yeah. Either or. Generic congressional ballot. Well, at least the midterms will be fun. Yeah, men, Dem +3. It's crazy. Plus 83 with Republicans is really fucking funny, man. Well, it should be a lot higher than this, by the way. Like, in the current environment, D plus 10 with registered voters is still embarrassingly low. It should, like, this level of incompetence from the incumbent party back in the 1970s, this would be like a D plus 40 or 50 environment. Genuinely. Like, that's not an exaggeration. It would be an overwhelming... It'd be like everyone, you know? Do you think things will change and the boomers all die off? No, I don't. Your democracy take makes you look like a social democrat? All good socialists should want a democracy. Dictatorship of the proletariat is a misnomer in common parlance, you know? Marx was an advocate for democracy. I don't think the average voter can be trusted to vote. Not these days, no. Probably not. One second. Okay, got it. Had to mark that down. Sorry. Stop arguing. Lefties should probably talk more about alternative forms of democratic structures. I really don't think it's about the structure itself. I just think it's about who has a voice. And right now, the loudest people, easily the loudest people, it's not even close, the disparity between the two groups, really, it's the wealthy. It's the wealthy and their interests, you know? Much as the Nazi Party in Germany could not have possibly succeeded had they not been backed by the wealthy and powerful business magnates and members of the Conservative Party, now modern day fascism lives and dies on the support and the I guess volume of the moneyed class, if you will. What do you think you'd do to fix democracy? New Jim Crow, but for boomers and rural people. Were the Nazis backed by the rich? 6-7, why do you think, genuine question, how do you summon the confidence to disagree with me on anything when you don't even know that? Like, at a certain point, your misunderstanding of politics and history, it extends to a point where it makes me wonder where you derive this confidence from. The Nazis only succeeded because they were backed by the wealthy, and the wealthy in America are much more powerful now than the wealthy were in Germany then. There's a reason why, like, every single fucking oligarch has fallen in line with the Trump administration. They will do anything and everything they can. I've watched the Rise of the Nazis documentaries. I know what happened. Well, clearly you missed any one of the numerous documentaries that must have touched on the fact that the Nazi Party colluded extensively with the business class of their time. But also, what the fuck? You've watched documentary? Take a week off. Fuck you. So I can't allow myself to my fucking IQ vortex. Christ. Go watch more documentaries. To be fair, a lot of documentaries do ignore that bit. Yeah, a lot of documentaries ignore that bit because they still treat Nazism like a weird, like spurious historical convenience rather than a set of beliefs that were elevated almost entirely out of the self-interest of the wealthy. Like, the political idiosyncrasies of the Nazi Party were almost immaterial outside the extent to which they were backed and supported by the interests of the wealthy, who wanted a bulwark against the rising socialist sentiment in the Weimar Republic. Wasn't Hitler appointed by Hindenburg, not elected? I mean, later he was elected in a very, very fair election. But yes, and you know why? Because Hindenburg wanted to borrow his fervor and popularity, and because the Conservative Party in Germany was filled with rich fucking bastards who liked the idea of using Hitler's popularity as a kind of social bulwark against anti-corporate sentiment. The conservatives in Germany were a bunch of like, staunch upper crust oligarch types, oligarchs and industrialists who wanted to do something about the fact that socialist anti-corporate sentiment was rising in Germany at the time, but they themselves didn't have the sauce. They didn't have the popular sentiment necessary to really unify that interest. So the bourgeoisie backed Hitler as a popular front against anti-corporate interests. And we all know how that went. Yeah, the elites in the Weimar Republic didn't support democracy, and that's why it died. This also happened in basically every other fascist country. Literally, like every single fucking time. Every time this happened, the same pattern. You can look at Pinochet, you could look at just think of a fascist leader. Same basic thing. Why did the capital class support the Nazis when they destroyed the country? Because the Nazis didn't destroy the country until later. Early on, the capital class was just interested in a loud fascist bulwark to block socialist sentiment. Obviously, by the time the Nazis were destroying the country, the capital class didn't really have much of a choice in the matter, you know? By 1939, it was too late. That's the problem. The capital class was backing Hitler in the early 30s. By the time everyone realized where this was going, it was literally too late. Didn't the same thing happen in Italy? Yes. It was the capital class in Italy, along with the veteran corps, anti-democrats, and pro-monarchy supporters who all rallied around Mussolini because they saw him as a useful idiot who would rally the country against more progressive intentions. People forget Nazi Germany only lasted like 12 years. We've almost been living in the Trump era for as long as the Nazi party ruled Germany. Industrialingabe? I can't pronounce that shit, man. Yeah, look at that. Clear as day. The Industrialist Petition was a petition signed by 19 representatives of industry, finance, and agriculture on the 19th of November, 1932 that requested for Paul von Hindenburg to make Adolf Hitler the German Chancellor. There had already been two similar petitions to assist the Nazi Party in gaining control of the government, a petition from the Frankfurt Socioeconomic Union and a declaration of 51 professors from July 1932. Worth remembering that professors in Nazi Germany weren't progressive. They were, by and large, the lawyers, judges, and professors in Germany were largely pro-monarchist. They were elites. They were like the labor aristocracy, and as a consequence were largely anti-democracy. Like, look at this, man. The 16 initial signatories were, I'm not reading their names because I don't want to speak that much German and bring evil into my house. Former president of the Reichsbank, member of the Kepler Circle, board spokesman of the Commerzbank, CEO of Wintershall AG, private banker from Cologne, owner of AG, member of the board of the German-American Petroleum Company, chairman of the board of Commerzbank and private like it's industrialists and bankers, man. It's like the most wealthy, powerful people in Germany at the time. Co-owner of the Hamburg Bank, ship owner from Hamburg and member of the NSDAP, president of Hamburg Commerce and Industry, co-owner of a private bank in Breslau, president of the Reichslandbund, senior executive, supervisor of AG American Co. Commercial Bank. A lot of these companies are still active in Germany right now and have fun little blank spaces in their company history pages from 33 to 45. Yep. This is also how George Herbert Walker, the Bush patriarch, ended up being a major stakeholder in the Nazi industrial base. Yep. And then one of the last members of the real American aristocracy. Bush Sr., you know? Skull and Bones, fuck, Deep State, CIA, the whole 9 yards, you know? Straight from Nazi money. Look at this, man. Initial reluctance from the business class to support the Nazis was the fear that the National Socialism part of the deal actually involved socialism. It is quite conceivable to turn Germany into a Bolshevist state. It would be a catastrophe. It is also conceivable to build up Germany as a national state. They're literally like, well, we're in favor of Nazism as long as they do the national part, but not the socialism part. Like, as long as they do like all the stuff the Nazis did and none of the stuff the Nazis didn't do. Rome knife, right? It does tell you why they got rid. This is literally one of the reasons the Night of Long Knives happened. The reason they got rid of Strasser, because they wanted to signal to the German business class they were fully committed to defending capital. Atlantic article about this, but how it frames it as the industrialists regretting their decision. Yeah, it's real easy to regret supporting Hitler after he becomes fucking Führer, man. The oligarchs who came to regret supporting Hitler. Fuck you. We didn't know. He was talking about the Jews very early on, man. All the shit he said, it does... Hate these fucking people. I didn't think my factories would get bombed into rubble. I didn't think I'd get sent to the camp. Thyssen, heir to one of Germany's leading industrial fortunes, had been an early financier of the Nazi movement. He first met with Hitler in the autumn of 1923. 23! A full decade before he took power. And already one of the fucking wealthiest people in the country was like, I like the pep of this guy's step. He first met Hitler in the autumn of 1923. It was then that I realized his oratorical skills and ability to lead the masses. What impressed me most was the order that reigned in his meetings, the almost military discipline of his followers. Provided about $5 million in today's money to help finance the acquisition and refurbishment of a Munich palace as the Nazi Party headquarters. Most important, he arranged for Hitler to speak to his fellow industrialists in Dusseldorf on January 27, 1932. The speech made a deep impression on the assembled industrialists, Thyssen said, and in consequence of this, a large number of contributions flowed from the resources of heavy industry into the treasuries of the National Socialist Party. Same as it always was, man. Same as it always was. The elites were looking for a way to protect themselves from socialist sentiment and to insulate themselves against a democracy turning against them, so they turned to this. Same as happened. It's literally one for one happening here right now. It's identical. Trump and the people around him have a deep connection to American wealth, banking, industry, tech, surveillance, everything. And the extent of their collaboration has been, I mean, at this point, so well documented, it feels trite even to bring it up. Like, everyone knows that basically all of capital is behind Trump at this point. It's the same thing. The capital class understands democracy is on the way out. They are looking for something to protect them as it fades. They will make the same choices now that they did then. As a right-wing delegate to the Reichstag, Hugenberg proposed a freedom law that called for the liberation of the German people from the shackles of democracy and from the onerous provisions of the Versailles Treaty. The New York Times expressed astonishment that Hugenberg, an arch-capitalist who stood in strongest discord with economic doctrines of the Nazi movement, was suddenly in charge of the country's finances. Really? Hitler's, quote, socialist mask had fallen, the Communist Daily Red Banner proclaimed, arguing Hugenberg is in charge, not Hitler. With the benefit of history, we see how foolish these people were, and obviously the New York Times did a lot of, like, you know, favorable or defensive coverage of Hitler, but like, yeah, you know. Once Hitler was in power, there was no longer need for secrecy or subterfuge. On Monday, February 20th, 1933, Hermann Göring, one of the two Nazi ministers in the Hitler cabinet and the president of the Reichstag, hosted a fundraiser at his office residence for the Nazi Party in advance of upcoming elections. The event was presided over by Hjalmar Schacht, a respected banker and co-founder of a centrist political party who saw Hitler as the best bet against left-wing political forces and had lobbied President Paul von Hindenburg to appoint Hitler chancellor. Sometimes history doesn't rhyme, it just straight up repeats. Among the 24 industrialists, bankers, and businessmen in attendance, the most prominent was Gustav Krupp von Bohlen, known as the Cannon King for his armament production. I was astonished, Schacht recalled, because I knew that the same Krupp von Bohlen had refused an invitation from Fritz Thyssen to attend an event with the Rhine-Westphalen industrialists 4 weeks earlier. Perhaps equally surprising was the presence at this fundraiser of 4 directors from the board of the giant chemical and pharmaceutical conglomeration IG Farben, which had to that point been staunchly pro-democracy, pro-Weimar Republic, and anti-national socialist. The Nazis derided the company, which employed many Jewish scientists, as an international capitalist Jewish company. Hitler himself stunned party attendees by showing up as the unannounced guest of honor. Clad in a suit and tie rather than the brown stormtrooper's uniform, Hitler addressed the assembled corporate elite, warning of the dangers of communism and trumpeting his appointment as chancellor as a great victory that he saw as a mandate for radical change. He outlined his plans to restore the power of the military, assert totalitarian control over the country, destroy the parliamentary system, and crush all political opponents by force. Private enterprise cannot be maintained in the age of democracy, Hitler told them. Sorry, I'm not trying to pretend like I'm reacting to this for the first time because I know this. But it is shocking, even every time I revisit this information, I guess, how direct and one-to-one it is. This is why the annoying Twitter socialists say cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds, you know. Like, this is what, like, it's born of something. The idea that the system we live in now is this inevitable, unavoidable conclusion of historical material forces is delusional. It's laughable. If anything, historical forces collude against us here. All historical signs point to this being a period of decline. It's not unknown, and it's barely speculative. After Hitler departed, Schacht spoke of the need for additional campaign financing in advance of the upcoming elections. Hermann Göring added that the election, scheduled for March 5th, will surely be the last one for the next 10 years, probably even for the next 100 years. By the end, the fundraiser had generated 3 million Reichsmarks. The following 3 weeks saw the arson attack on the Reichstag, the March 5th elections from which the Nazis emerged with a mandate for Hitler's reform, and the passing of the Enabling Act. So, you know, everything. In a letter to Hitler, Gustav Krupp wrote, quote, "The turn of political events is in line with the wishes which I myself and the board of directors have cherished for a long time. Dear Hitler, we, the capitalists, really like that Reichstag fire shit and Enabling Act you do be doing. A list of how every major corporation in Germany completely folded to them. For the industrialists who helped finance and supply the Hitler government, an unexpected return on their investment was slave labor. By the early 1940s, the electronics giant Siemens AG employed more than 80,000 slave laborers. An official Siemens history explains that although the head of the firm, Carl Friedrich von Siemens, was, quote, a staunch advocate of democracy who detested the Nazi dictatorship, he was also, quote, responsible for ensuring the company's well-being and continued existence. Sorry! Sorry, oh yeah, he hates all that shit going on, but like, I mean, the shareholders. He does have a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders. By October 1942, IG Farben and its subsidiaries were using slave laborers in 23 locations. The life expectancy of inmates at an IG Farben facility at Auschwitz was less than 4 months. More than 25,000 people lost their lives on the construction site alone. Jews were purged from the corporate ranks. The IG Farben pharmaceutical division supported Nazi medical experiments. A post-war affidavit alleges that Bayer paid 170 Reichsmarks for 150 female Auschwitz prisoners. The transport of 150 women arrived in good condition, the affidavit reads. However, we were unable to obtain conclusive results because they died during the experiments. This was the pro-democracy, pro-Weimar Republic company, by the way. In case you're wondering why Disney whiplashed from opposing Ron DeSantis to just suddenly being in line with the Trump administration. Like, it's almost as though it's not the byproduct of individual bad actors in business, but an inevitable conclusion of the incentive structures in place. if you think about it. It's almost like individual decision-making is almost immaterial in the face of historical and material forces. Production of Zyklon B, da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, we get it, we get it. Trump is the only man who can fight this unstoppable material force. You're right. Against historical inevitability, only one man has the cojones to push back against this otherwise unavoidable outcome. What is it about capitalism that turns humans into moral monsters? Again, you're missing the point. It's not capitalism. It's just incentive structures. The aristocracy was evil under feudalism. Pharaohs were evil. It's just power. The anarchist critique is correct on this one. What we're really talking about isn't capitalism or even money. What we're really talking about are abstract systems by which power is allocated unequally between people. Capitalism is just a way of doing it. You could do it through religious theocratic power, as the Catholic Church did for over a millennia across Europe. You could do it with abstract political or ethno-national power. In fact, in Nazi Germany, eventually, there came a point where even money couldn't save you. Wealthy Jews were killed too, after all. And wealthy people were not allowed to criticize the government. In the end, the Nazi state was built upon and propelled by, and in its earlier years especially, funded by capitalists. But its final form was not really a capitalist state. Fascism might be a manifestation of capital's desire to protect itself, but Nazi Germany wasn't really operating on traditional capitalist logic. It was a manifestation of it, a byproduct of it, a conclusion derived from a set of prior inconsistencies or contradictions in a dialectical process, if you will, something historical dialectic. You get me. It's really just a way of allocating power. In the end, in Germany, power was to a large extent determined by wealth, but largely by allegiance to the state. Wealthy people were only useful in Germany so long as their wealth served the interests of the German state. If you were very wealthy, even if you were very, very, very wealthy, if you did not enable the interests of the German state, you would be killed and your assets would be seized. So capitalism was the stepping stone that led to Germany becoming what it was. But the underlying economic forces in Germany were undeniably capitalistic. You get me. But then is this a natural byproduct of human social evolution? No, not even a little bit. Like, we build the system. We can choose to build the system differently. Yet we never do? I wouldn't say that. So capitalism is just a weaker power structure than feudalism? No, God, no. Capitalism is way, way, way more stable than feudalism is in the current day. Keep in mind that these systems are born of the existing material landscape. We don't just choose between them. Historical materialism would lead us to believe, as it so often does correctly, that the social forces and material and technological forces that we contend with allow the systems that we have to choose. Like, that is to say, nobody could have created capitalism 2,000 years ago. It was simply not possible. Laissez-faire economics were a product of a particular age. They can't exist in a vacuum, much as feudalism couldn't exist today. Modern technology and social forces conspire to make modern feudalism functionally impossible. Neo-feudalism, sure, but that's why we add the neo, because times have changed. So power structures are exerting a kind of gravity that prevents change. That's a good way of thinking about it. Yeah, you can think of it as gravity or inertia. The environment, technology, social forces determine what is possible. And existing power is a kind of like inertial or gravitic force that determines how we move along those systems, the same way that mass distorts space-time, I guess. But these things can be changed, right? It's like you can alter the underlying environmental forces. The reason we can alter them is because none of these systems are innately stable. Historical materialism argues, well, I shouldn't say argues, I guess the better way of saying it would be leads one to argue through analysis, that inequality is a fundamentally unstable system. Anytime some people have more than other people, it bears resentment and it bears irrationality. The people in charge often misuse their power because the entitlement and distance from the people that it sort of bestows upon them, it leads them to make bad decisions. Kings often made very bad decisions. Emperors, pharaohs, capitalists, fascists especially, because they're deliberately irrational. They are ideologically anti-rational. So inequality is an unstable system in itself. What you could argue fairly, I think, that instability is only increasing with time because our perceptive awareness of inequality and irrationality have been heightened due to a variety of material forces, including but not limited to the availability of the internet and smartphones, the fact that wealthy people's voices can be heard now regularly so we can see how fucking stupid they are, the Enlightenment, the fact that we now value rationality as a process in itself rather than just the outcomes that it brings. We no longer merely value what rational people produce and argue, but now the processes by which they arrive at those conclusions. So the social and material landscape has changed somewhat, global capital as well. So I would argue that, if anything, inequality is more unstable than ever. Inequality was probably a lot less unstable back in, I don't know, ancient Mesopotamia or whatever, when people were like, well, why is the king like that? Well, because he's born of the sun. The king was born of the sun. The king wasn't born of a woman. The king just appeared on top of a pedestal during the equinox. And people are like, oh yeah, of course he's in charge then, obviously. It was a little bit easier to get away with irrationality back then, you know, to get away with inequality. Nowadays, people be like, that's fake. Show me a photo of the king being born of the sun, you know? Source? Yeah, then you show them an AI video. Yeah, exactly. And then they believe it. Is that why you don't allow AI translation of audio in your video? I get enough flack for saying and believing things that I don't say and believe. I would rather not be held responsible for what an AI algorithm decides that I said in different languages. We had it on for a bit, and I got emails from people saying that sometimes the titles and captions were getting just annihilated by the translation. And these are topics that I would rather be held to account for on only my words, not on an algorithm's interpretation. If I was just playing like video games or whatever, I wouldn't mind as much. If I was a regular game streamer, I wouldn't really care that much because, like, okay, maybe the AI butchers what I say a little bit in other languages, but like it's low stakes. In this case, it's high stakes. So I want to be held responsible only for what I say. I tried the feature out once and it turned you into a Japanese ultranationalist. That's fucking funny. Many such cases. Anyway, I guess the point that I'm getting at here is that democracy was very unstable back in the 1920s and 1930s. It was globally, all across the West, France, Germany, England, America, and a lot of people, especially the capital elite, feared what would happen next because there was a rising tide of anti-capital sentiment, and the Great Depression had proven that for all of the, you know, political rhetoric of equality, there was still a great deal of inequality out there, and a lot of it was created by the people still in charge. So people were very disillusioned. Back then, the wealthy thought the only way forward was fascism. Fascism was the system that would protect them. In America, we got FDR, and FDR basically introduced to us, showed us there was another way, social democracy. FDR's argument effectively was, fuck the immediate interests of the wealthy, we are going to keep this system together whether they like it or not. We are going to prove that the enormous wealth of a productive capitalist country can be turned towards systems that, improve the lives of the citizenry. This is, to a large extent, the promise of democracy, right? Use that wealth and political power to serve the interests of the people. But that time is coming to an end. The social democratic project has failed. It has failed everywhere. Every system is being gutted. Even in the relatively socially democratic countries like Sweden, Finland, whatever, the same process is happening. It has happened to a terminal extent in countries like the United States. France, Germany, and the UK are well on their way. Every year it only gets worse. Even though the wealth increases, the amount of it directed towards public good decreases enormously. Democracy has failed, and we are once again at a crossroads, a fork in the path that we can take. And the capital class now is doing exactly the same thing that they did 100 years ago. They're saying, this system is coming to a close. We have a solution to preserve our power in the next system, in whatever comes next. We will abandon democracy. People like Peter Thiel make very open cases for this. That's the process. If they get their way, we will have a brief, very brief, period of perceived national revival, like Trump, but much greater, that will almost immediately lead to great unimaginable suffering. World war, climate disaster, death toll in the billions. And then from the rubble, we must make the same choices again. It is my hope that we pull our way off that path before that cycle repeats itself, especially because right now it looks like Germany and Italy aren't the only countries going down that road. It looks like inertia has pulled the whole West in this direction, towards this political oblivion, this post-democracy. Like, can you imagine World War II if there had been no FDR, and if the United States had also been pulled in the same direction? If the business class in America got what they wanted, got the same thing they got in Germany? Can you imagine? This is making me doomer beyond belief. Okay, well, it's not all bad. I don't have a follow-up to that. This has all happened before. This is all happening again. Have we talked about Clavicular's new allegations from Mendoza? Clavicular is a Peter Thiel-funded PSYOP whose immediate and sudden presence in the collective cultural space was a deliberate product of the capitalist class desire to alienate and atomize young men. Clavicular could have existed in the Weimar Republic. He would have been a young man Aryan maxing. He would have driven 2 million German youth to develop crippling eating disorders in an effort to bone max, to Aryan max, and best represent the Aryan ideal. He would have been an agent of the Nazi Party, whether or not he wanted to be. Anything and everything is a plot by the capital class. Stay woke. Everything that has ever existed. I'm the only exception. Give me money, please. I already am. That's true. Phew. One hell of a topic, huh? Well, it's important. I look forward to people on the Reddit calling me a doomer or whatever. I don't know, man. I understand that some people might dislike the prescription, but I feel like there is a damn strong historical argument to the point that I'm making. It's like sometimes the arguments against me kind of feel like people saying, well, it won't happen this time. Well, our institutions are stronger, which, like, it's true. American democratic institutions are way stronger than the Weimar Republics, but they're weakening every day. You have to at least acknowledge that the path I'm identifying is accurate. Like, they can be stronger, sure, so maybe it just takes them longer to win out. They were posting about this in the Reddit just yesterday. Vosh was 100% right about Germany's war fearmongering being a neoliberal plot to cut welfare. Germany coalition's government has agreed a sweeping package of welfare cuts worth 38.3 billion euro by 2030, stripping back the country's health system pension guarantee to free up funds for military spending, which is what the Nazis did. Uves, don't you start. We've done this before. We've done this before, and you've lost. You lost to me in the free marketplace of ideas. If they really think it's necessary for them to raise defense spending, you know what they could do? Raise taxes on the rich. Oh, no, sorry. The only way for us to fund this big rearmament push that's directing, you know, trillions to the military defense complex is the only way is to cut welfare spending. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm most down with that. Yeah, Uves, they're not, which is the point. The other benefit of military complex spending is the same infrastructure is useful for quelling rebellions and change. Yeah, of course. I mean, that was one of the main benefits in Germany. The enormous amount of money the Nazis directed towards their military was used domestically to find and round up Jews, communists, union organizers, and the disabled. It wasn't all like, you know, like local community project. Like it was the SS, the Gestapo, who benefited from that military spending, going door to door largely. It all folded in together. And look at what we're doing here in America. Massive money being directed towards the Department of Homeland Security as Trump uses them as his domestic police force to round up so-called enemies of the state, parentheses, Tren de Aragua terrorists. It's all the same shit, dog. Crazy things happening in the Michigan state senate election. This fucking guy. He's a shitlib. Bay City, Michigan, 85% white, green 71%. Nice. I can understand why Michigan might be a little tetchy with the Republicans right now. Trying to find a way to pull out of the doomer spiral. Do you have any advice? For one, I cannot be responsible for your mental well-being. I'm just talking politics, man. If I do it, you can do it. For two, keep in mind that, like, World War II happened, and then black people invented rock and roll or whatever, okay? There's no such thing as an end to history. So things get bad for a while, things get good. Rice and beans. I mean it! You know, how stable do you think a society run by Peter Thiel and Stephen Miller could possibly be? Be smart, work out, learn how to mend your own clothing, and then, you know, whatever happens, happens. The quality of your personal life is not dictated by, at least not in totality, by the historical progress of socialism. Like, the world could get worse, but you could find some crazy pussy in the near future. You could be one visit to a music, you know, like a venue or a club or whatever, away from just spending the rest of your life swimming in it. You could find the craziest bitch. You could be happy for the rest of your life. You don't know. The extent to which your personal life improves and the extent to which society undergoes its tumult over time, these are not necessarily a perfect one-to-one. I'm not saying that there's no correlation. There is, but, you know. So the environment gets worse. So the average global temperature rises and hurricanes happen more often, you know? What if a really fucking funny TV show comes out next? The guys who made Smiling Friends, you know, they're working on new shit now? There's always a reason to persist. There's literally a photo of a guy in Gaza who graduated college during the genocide. Just keep living, chat. Yeah, people in the Middle Ages were like, damn, I got like plague tomorrow, but I still have to fucking pluck the turnips or whatever, you know? Ah, shit, 70% of my village is dead, and there are no corpse wagons because all the corpse wagon bearers died of the plague. Guess I gotta, you know, guess I'll fuck my hot wife tomorrow. They were doing that. That's how they repopulated after. All those guys were like, damn, everyone's dead, gotta fuck my hot wife. Or like my ugly wife. You know, a lot of them were probably ugly too. You know, no hate, whatever. It was the Middle Ages. They had better things to worry about. Dang fruit fly. Did I get it? I did get it. They didn't have soap, they'd be stinky. They did. They had soap. They used lye. Killing a fly with your bare hands is gross. It was a fruit fly. You know how tiny those are? Well. Unrelated, but Zach Polanski went on Subway takes. Yeah, man's really been gunning for it. I hope he does well tomorrow. Or I hope the Green Party does well tomorrow. That would be nice. Got through a week and a half of the ADL's newly released Anti-Semitic Incidents 2025 dataset before I gave up. Anti-Semitic incident from the 31st of December 2025. An Israeli organization received postcards that directly compared the IDF to Nazis. Oh, brother. Yeah, I'm not going through this. Doesn't help that guys like this are on our side. What? Oh, not the chorus guy. He's so insufferable. And it's music. I can't even just look at how he looks, man. Don't show me the chorus, guys. Why are they all gay? Because the Democratic Party cynically weaponizes people's marginalized identities as a way of accusing critics of the Democratic Party of bigotry. That's why they disproportionately use black people, gay people, whatever, women as the shields for their most reactionary policies. They would do the same thing with trans people, but it's hard because almost every trans person is in some way critical of the Democratic Party, you know? Not a lot of, I don't know, Stacey K's out there or whatever. But if there were more like, you know, I work for Lockheed Martin or whatever type trans women, they would be busting them out in the media space way more often. All right, I think I'm done for a bit. I think I might be done for a bit. On this one, we got to dial it the fuck back. How about we look at the Met Gala looks for a bit, huh? Mamdani should have showed up. Met Gala, another one. It's almost like it's been a year. Sir, we need your take on the Elisa Liu dress. My feed is calling it ass. Can you link it? I don't know if it'll be in this list. First trans quadriplegic black woman in a wheelchair was there, Vosh Lamau. Why is that Lamau? Like, it's true. For the first time, a black trans quadriplegic woman was at the Met Gala, but like, she was just there, you know? Liberal final bot. No, she was just like there though. I don't really get, like, it'd be one thing if the Democrats were like, here, look at how diverse it is here. But like, she was just chilling. I don't really think it's fair to make fun of her for that. Because she's just like, I don't know. I feel like in reality, like it must actually be pretty hard to be a black woman, trans paraplegic lady or whatever. Like that's actually got to really be tough, you know? Cute. Okay, but why call attention to it? From someone in chat? Who called attention to it? You know who I saw calling attention to it? Libs of TikTok making fun of her for existing. So like, who's the reactionary here? To a guy like me, when I see a paraplegic black trans woman at the Met Gala, I'm like, cool. But you're like, well, why am I looking at this then? You're doing a Gamergate bit. Eh. Eh. Cool. Eh. Eh. Cool. Cool. That's right. It's all right. Eh. Eh. I actually like it. I don't know. I kind of like it. I don't know. I kind of like it. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. Eh. Nah. I think this is super cool. Actually. Oh, there it is, chat. Yuck it up. It's all because it's all so funny to you. Actually, from what I see of it, I like it a lot. I like the foofy X, you know? Yeah, I do. I actually do like it. I don't normally just go for the black dresses, you know, but I like the texture on that one. Super cool. Eh. 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 Man, Coleman Domingo, actually one of his weaker looks. Like, I like it, but normally he pulls it off better, you know? Cool. Eh. Cool. Eh. Eh. I like the design on the tail of the dress. Yeah, I like it. Eh. I that's cool and all, but this one hurts to look at. I'm sorry. Eh. What the hell? Okay, this looks like a damn Final Fantasy boss. Cool. Eh. Sick as hell. Cute and simple. Eh. Eh. You know what ruins it for me? Trouser. I feel like, look at how much crumpling there is in the trouser here. The drape on the leg is killing it for me. And such a narrow opening, too. I feel like this would look so much better with a straighter leg trouser. Like, I like the jacket, but this, like, if you look at it just here, it looks ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like, this down here looks very silly. Like, this looks really cool, and then this looks really silly, which I mean, I think kind of speaks to the, you know, the incongruity there. That's cute. Eh. Eh. I think she's got her nip out. I'm not in trouble for that. It's fine. It's the Met Gala. I think it looks cool. Surely all this disabled representation makes up for us lacking healthcare, Vosh. No? Okay, just so you guys know, you do know that, like, the Met Gala isn't evil, right? It's a fundraiser where fashion houses showcase their work on celebrities, their art, to raise money for the museum. Like these outfits were made by talented artisans from different fashion houses, showcasing them in collaboration with the models in order to promote people donating freely to help subsidize the cost of tickets to the museum. The museum is free because of this? Yep. I like this. This looks like ancient Greek pottery, kind of. A little bit. It's because it was sponsored by Jeff Bezos? Yes, and Jeff Bezos was evil, but, like, he didn't make the Met Gala. The process of the Met Gala has persisted for a while. I don't really care. Well, actually, I think it's cool. Yeah, I like the film reel dress. Also, I like Sabrina. Nah. Eh. Eh. Where's the leather guys? Cute. Very cute. Eh. Eh. we've all seen her, right? Show stealingly beautiful, like impossibly like unfathomably gorgeous. They styled her hair to look like a bronze statue. It's like obscene how good like look at this, look at this. The left image here is the model we're looking at. This image, look at that. It's actually like divine, touched by divinity. Not my thing, but it's cute. Don't like the middle. It's simple. These are simple. Hell yeah, absolutely. This looks like this shit Viking warrior would see 3 seconds after taking an arrow like to the forehead, you know? Looks nice. I like it. Simple, eh. Simple, eh. Don't like it. Eh. Eh. It's all right. Simple. That's cute. I like that fabric. That was it. What about the leather guys? That's the shit. Why did they leave out like the There's a bunch more shit, man. Why is Vogue missing? There's a lot of high profile fits that weren't in that Vogue article. That's cool. We saw that one. Bad Bunny went in old makeup, old people makeup. He looks sick, by the way. Cool. Oh, yeah. Here's the full thing for the haunted ship. This looks sick as hell. Thank you, Madonna. Cool. Where's the... Tough. Where's the leather guys? I love whatever's wrong with Heidi Klum. She always gets the message. She always knows what she's up to. Incredible work here. Luke Evans with a fit. Yeah, a lot of people were pointing this out on social media, and I'm inclined to agree that this fit looks good, but would have looked so much better with a giant codpiece. Like, this is a very Tom of Finland leather daddy outfit. It looks stellar. Structurally, this is... It's beautiful. And now we're more in my foray because this is closer to traditional menswear than most of what people are wearing. But this is like almost one for one a recreation of the silhouette of a porn artist. Well, maybe porn artist isn't the best way to describe Tom of Finland. Of a legendary gay male aesthetic icon. And it's so good, but like there should be a giant bulge right here. It doesn't have to be a realistic one. In fact, it shouldn't be, because Tom of Finland didn't draw like realistic bulges. He would have drawn like a giant round dome here. But it should have it. But really though, this outfit is phenomenal. Really good. Art doesn't need to be horny, but it's not about being horny there. It's that like that is what this is a homage to. This is a leather daddy look. The cop glasses and the giant leather cop, like that. This is not incidentally like Tom of Finland. This is just Tom of Finland. You know? I do think it's a bit aesthetically unbalanced. You have like this hypersexual, hypermasculine imagery, and you have like the tight leather around the legs. Like all of it feels like something should be here just aesthetically. You know what I mean? It's kind of like how I feel wearing a business suit that's buttoned, and you have the shirt all the way buttoned, but you don't have a tie. Like something should be framed with the little space right here, you know? God damn, man. Lady Gaga's look. Beautiful. So good. Really good. I saw this fit on social media. Jahar looks super duper fucking sick. So goated. So good. And then, of course, everything's talking about Nicholas Hoult. Everyone's talking about Nicholas Hoult and his goddamn full leather suit, where he does admittedly look he looks really good, but there are some technical problems with the suit as outlined by Thy Work Bar on Twitter. I don't need to relitigate. He does, however, look stellar. So, you know, I mean, I'm not gonna pretend he doesn't look stellar. There are just some issues with it. What was the theme this year? I don't fucking know. Look at him though. I mean, look at that, huh? No, he looks, yeah. He looks very good. They're calling her the most performative celebrity. Give me the dollar. The Vogue article really did leave out a lot of good stuff. Looks great. A lot of leather. Show Elisa Lou's fuck-ass dress. Can somebody link it, please? Just a basic dress. Yeah. They could have done more, in my opinion. I mean, it's not bad. I'm not going to pretend it's bad. I guess just considering how much she was a star of the moment, I feel like they could have, you know, catapulted her up further. No, it's not bad. I wouldn't expect her to dye her hair. Miss, you forgot your clothes? Doechii looks great. And not just because she's, like, insanely hot, but also because of the outfit. That being said, and I think this really reinforces my point, if women can show up at the Met Gala red carpet looking like this, Luke Evans could have had a damn bulge in his Tom of Finland outfit, okay? More male nudity. And the misandry. All right. Rate the drip on the late creator and owner of Cartoon Network and CNN, Ted Turner. Is this actually him? Damn, men really did used to know how to dress. It's crazy how much aura we've lost. It's a simple outfit, man. It's a roomy cotton sweater over, I assume, a collared shirt. I assume that's what I'm looking at here. It's not like a technically difficult outfit to pull off. It's just, you know. What if this was over a quarter zip? It's not. But also, there's nothing wrong with quarter zips. It's just that, like, tech quarter zip thing they're obsessed with. That looks bad. But quarter zips themselves are fine, you know? They used to be worn a lot in athletics. Buck Mason has a fantastic athletic quarter zip. in a bunch of colors with a really good fabric. See? Now that looks good. In my humble opinion. How is the Met Gala not evil when it's run by Jeff Bezos? That's kind of a dumb question, because, like, soon Jeff Bezos will own everything. He'll own every charity, every NGO, everything on Earth. Like, does that make it all evil? I don't know. Like, just because he's the guy who profits from the public trading of the stock doesn't mean that all the hard work of the artists and artisans underneath it, you know, means that they're evil. Man, it looks good. Not run by Bezos, sponsored by Bezos? Yeah, fair point. Ooh. That looks nice. As someone who has no knowledge of gay culture, how the fuck did a Finnish cartoonist Tom of Finland become an international gay icon? I mean, have you seen his art? A lot of it's circumstance, but a lot of it was just like, man really fucking loved drawing hunky dudes in different gay subcultures touching tips. It's iconic, and it's also, it works as a kind of self-parody as well. Like, Tom of Finland's art is very funny to look at. And a lot of that is because he kind of correctly captured the innately self-satirical attitude of hypermasculinization being used as an aesthetic in gay culture, right? Like, that's the bit. They're gays. Historically, in America at least, it was like, oh, they're queer, they're fairies, they're like lady men. And then it's like, how do they depict themselves? As these enormously muscled, hyper masculine, like it's like a joke, it's like a self-parody, but it's also not really a joke, because like they do think it's hot. So it's like a perfect blend, a synchronicity of the satire and the actual. He's the West's JoJo cartoonist. Honestly, that's not a bad way of putting it. A Western Iraqi. Yeah, I can't really show his art on stream, I'm sorry to say. I mean, the more hypermasculine something is, the more gay leaning it becomes in a way, which is exactly the point, right? And that is the hypocrisy and the contradiction that Tom of Finland outlined. And it's also one of the reasons why I think people are so contradictory when it comes to self-presentation as a guy. It's considered gay to make yourself look too good, to be too concerned with your own appearance. But likewise, you have people like Clavicular, who are the most obsessed anyone has ever been about their own appearance, like bone smashing or whatever. Surely that must involve more self-obsession than like dressing a little bit better. But in the 2000s, we came up with the term metrosexual, which literally meant like, oh, you'd think he's gay because he wipes his ass after he shits, but he's actually straight, so he's a metrosexual. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of contradictory language out there that Tom of Finland did a really good job of kind of subtly well, subtle's not the right word, implicitly portraying in his art. Them some Tom of Finland-ass jeans right there, the way they're hugging the leg. All right. I need to read donos. Before I read donos, remember, I'm not going to be here tomorrow because I'm quickly flying down to San Francisco to chill, not to participate in, but chill at a Chakrabarti rally down in San Francisco. So that should be cool. Maybe you'll see some pictures or videos of me. I've been told to dress well, but I don't have any business suits because I'm not like a soulless husk. So I'm going to be dressed up a little bit, so maybe there will be some pictures of me. Don't forget your business cards. I don't actually have business cards. Say hi to Hassan for us. I have no idea if I'll actually see him. I assume that I will. I feel like it's going to be a little, not a little weird. It's not weird because again, like I'm pretty nonchalant, you know. I guess it's more like I go there and I'm worried that like I won't know how to talk to these people. I haven't been to a congressional rally before. I don't really know like what degree of expected social engagement there is out there. Seeing a classmate at the grocery store, yeah, it's just a little uncanny, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Anyway, you'll do great. It's worth noting that I am not expected to do anything while I'm there. I'm literally being brought along as a +1 by PV because they can. Though I am paying for my own ticket. I do not, Michelangelo. You'll do great at doing nothing? I appreciate that. Let me read donos. Before I read donos, I'm going to pee, though. River. She meowed. She mad. Okay. Ringak, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Kane11, thank you for the tier 1 sub and the link earlier. Calico Jizzy, I don't know why all of you are called Calico. Don't really understand that, but okay. Thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Lemon Espresso, thanks the $5. Publicly owned airline, Spirit 2.0. I really don't think the public is going to buy Spirit. I don't really think that's on the table, I'm afraid. Pax Victory, thank you for the $20. Hey Vosh, I'm moving to the South Carolina, against my will this year. Should I re-register to vote, or is that kind of useless in a red state? Well, legally, you have to. So, you know, up to you, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, probably just for procedural reasons alone, probably a good idea to do that, you know? Working Class Warlock, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I'm really happy to hear that in spite of everything, I have helped you keep hopeful for the future. Congratulations on almost graduating law school. You're almost there, buddy. Soli, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Vid of you when you were drunk last midterms. Oh no. I'm sorry for anyone who came to the stream for serious political analysis. You want to know the truth? Your desire for political analysis, serious political analysis, is almost part of the problem. The fact of the matter is... I was fucking blitzed. Holy shit. Electoralism is a joke. All it's done is run out the clock. Hope and electoralism has done nothing but give the left and moderate liberals in this country a venue by which they can continue to ignore the looming fact that without serious systemic change, this country is doomed. All we see now
All we see now is the final frames of a physics animation play out. The clock ticks down to a conclusion we could have predicted decades ago. It's time for the
history will vindicate me.
Happening.
Oh. You sling more black pilled there? Well, I was very drunk, as you can tell. OE490, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Bull Cypher, thank you for the $20. You did not see me at SeaTac the other day. Nice try. I was driving around. You might see me there tomorrow. Dop Gis, thanks to the tier 2 sub. Meow. Curvy Driftwood, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. When was that recorded, lol? Last midterm, so 2022. Thank you. Kowalski, thank you for the $5. Very kind of you. Broody B, thank you for the $5. Decorator Crab Nixia Exists. And Misgender Lynn, thank you for the tier 1 subs all. Sorry, that was back before your new name. Rhaegar, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Paradise, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Happy birthday, me. What is it like? What is being a teen like, Vosh? What you find as you get older is that the big changes in your brain chemistry really slow down, and you basically feel like you're a young adult for the rest of your life because you were a young adult when your brain stopped substantially changing. So when you're 20, 25, 30, and presumably 35, 40, 45, 50, you'll always be thinking like, yeah, I'm basically like, you know, I'm in my prime, I'm in my era, even as your body decays around you. So you're entering the period now where your brain develops into the state that you'll think it's in for the rest of your life. Joshman95, did you see Destiny made a video about you yesterday? I did not. I hope it was good. Your real fake dad, thank you for the $5. Congratulations on moving into your new condo. Hell yeah. Very happy to hear that. Bulgarite, thank you for the super kind $20. Hello, fellow grass toucher. Hope Olympus was fun. I was up in Gifford Pinchot this morning and got a really nice view of your neighbor. Yeah? Yo! That is beautiful. God, Rainier is so pretty. Not a Alpaca and Carlson and Peters, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. My first time playing MGS2 was on a very stormy, spooky night. I got convinced my PS2 got damaged, so I listened to the Colonel when he said turn it off. Diegetic. Eleni Express, thank you for the tier 1 sub. The popularity of games like Stardew Valley and Harvest Moon is fascinating. My concern is that people use them as a substitute for unavailable socialization. I agree with that, yeah. I think the popularity of like infinite duration harvest cultivation type games or whatever probably does stem on some level, not just from loneliness, but from a frustration that it feels difficult to get your bearings in real life. Like in real life in America, all it takes is one tiny financial incident to send you into ruin. You always feel like you're on the precipice of financial bankruptcy or homelessness. But in Stardew Valley, you can efficiently run a farm to the point where you feel stable. I think that stability is what people crave most. The idea that if you're competent and keep your nose to the ground, you can finally feel like you don't have a sword hanging over your head. Which, I mean, to an extent, all humans always have, but I think there was a brief period of time, you know, after the Second World War in America and kind of like dwindling now, especially now, where you could have like a stable life, you know? It could feel stable. It could feel like you're, you know, you have room to breathe. Historically, it's always been the wealthy who have had this, of course, and they still do today, but I think that like that, the availability of that feeling to the average person is dwindling now. And they want it. Deep Sea Fission, thank you for the $5. Semi-Locon, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Really appreciate those. Thank you, thank you. The Berry Picker, thank you for the very kind $20. You said things are about to snap. Look at Box Elder Country. Deep Red Utah's pissed about the data center. I don't know if that's going to cause them to, like, change their mind about stuff. But yeah, no. When I say things are going to snap, I don't just mean people are upset with Trump. What I mean is that, like, the uniparty is going to continue to deprive us of positive outcomes, and people are going to get more and more confused and angry as to why nothing seems to be going well, like ever at all, why everything keeps getting worse. The real reason everything keeps getting worse is because of unrelenting capital acquisition by the elite, you know, inequality. That's the fundamental cause in most cases, I think. But they're going to get more and more and more upset, and that's going to lead to, you know, eventually things are going to pop off a little bit, I believe. Choghog, thank you for the 15 bucks. Vosh and a speech by Plattner convinced me to vote for El Said. Nice. So I took my dog on a Civics bike ride to the Capitol. Yay! State capitals are so pretty. Beep beep. So happy. Urf. So happy. Calico Jizzy, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Rhino Forever 16, thank you for the $5 and $10 donos. I've been watching since the first video, and you are an ardent democracy supporter, but suggesting poll tests is inherently undemocratic. I guess my belief is that enough people are brain poisoned that we basically just are not going to be able to pull up out of a death spiral unless the most brain poisoned people just don't get a chance to participate. You know? It's not fair, but it's also like, I don't know. If a democracy had a very, very large number of people in it who were part of a death cult, who believed that it would be good for the world to end, and they consistently voted for positions and for candidates that brought that about, often including a broadly undemocratic platform, like, would it be undemocratic to stop them? Is it democratic to defend democracy by being undemocratic towards anti-democrats? It's just the tolerance paradox in different words. Of course, my perspective on the tolerance paradox is already well known, which is to say, I think that you preserve tolerance by being intolerant towards the intolerant. Likewise, I think you preserve democracy by being undemocratic to people who would use democracy to destroy it. You know? But that's just my opinion. Not saying it's like a clean shot morally or logistically, you know? WBGN. Oh yes, the data centers. It is very good. It is very good that people are growing increasingly angry. The anger is good politically. Yes, sir. Doxy, thank you for the $5. Hell yeah. I really hope that you're able to get that green vote in. I'm sorry to hear that your precious Mila voted for the reform candidate Walter H. White. That is very unfortunate. Nice meme. Antifa161, thanks the $5. Seeing the Starmer speech helps me understand why so much dystopian and grimdark media comes from the UK. I think there is some legitimacy there, yeah. A feeling of disillusionment with modernity, I think, is that pessimism is very prominent in the United Kingdom, and I just think that's because they've had even longer than us to see the system on the decline. Holic Master, thanks the $10. Going to the music awards tonight, thought I should show off the fit. Hell yeah. Looking sick. Normally I don't show these, but I somewhat know you, so I'm assuming that it's not, you know, a brain damaged attempt by chat to woo me. I love the Western belt. I need a Western belt so bad. What an aesthetic room, too. Jesus Christ. My living room is so unaesthetic compared to what's out there. I love those colors. SamFan155, thank you for the $35. I really appreciate that. Throwback to the Venezuelan intervention earlier. Hope you enjoy the shitpost that spontaneously came to mind. I have no idea what I'm meant to take from this. I feel like I've stepped in the middle of a joke that's been translated from a different language. And then I said, starts rapping about the Venezuelan economic crisis. This is from 4 years ago. How the fuck are you pulling a big floppa meme from 4 years? I don't even know what led to this. I'm going to be honest with you. However, I, like all good God-fearing Americans, love big floppa. So I'm not in a position to complain. No idea what you're on about, though. Just insane, truly. Welsh Lion, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Excited to go vote green tomorrow. Wales just got a proportional rep system, and at the moment it's looking like Pled Cymru getting a majority over reform for Synod. I hope so. I really hope so. I really, really, truly hope so. Yeah, that calms me down. That calms me down. Undergamer J, thanks the $5. Hardened looking back at people surviving and thriving in the worst times, but scared because I can't look back and say nearly as much for disabled people like me. Well, in fairness, the idea that the disabled shouldn't just be thrown into a wood chipper is a pretty modern idea, basically, since the Industrial Revolution, right? There was a period of time where you simply had like the disabled village idiot who you would toss like corn seeds at to feed them. Like he would sit at the base of the fountain in the town square, and you'd like throw, peanuts, and he was able to, eat and live with some dignity. And then the Industrial Revolution came along, and all disabled people were mulched for oil to lubricate the engines. But now we're back to like maybe thinking they're people. So hopefully it's getting better, I'm spitballing a little bit. Antifa Private, thank you for the 3 tier 1 subs. With a lot of the Doomer stuff, it feels like people assume they aren't supposed to do anything and simply cheer on the sidelines like a sports match. My belief is that the collapse is basically inevitable, and by the collapse I mean like either the capital class just completely mulches democracy and runs things into the ground and we have to pick up the pieces, or like a set of systemic failures compound until we all collectively are like, we literally are all going to die unless we change things, whatever, some breaking point. I think the breaking point is just inevitable. I don't think there's anything we can do to keep it from happening. Unfortunately, I do think the circumstances of the breaking point can be wildly different depending on why it happens, when it happens, how it happens, and who's in charge when it happens. Like I think that if we had a Mamdani type in the presidency when it happened, things could end up being a lot less painful. So it's kind of like how if you went back to 1915 and had limited foresight, you could know the Great Depression was going to happen no matter what. That the inertia to the forces that caused the Great Depression, it was already in motion. Nothing would stop it. There's nothing you could do to stop it. However, pretty big goddamn difference between how it panned out in America and Germany, huh? That's the difference I'm fighting for. I don't think the Great Depression can be stopped. I think it is essentially a historical inevitability. When and how it happens can be changed, and I want it to be the least painful version of itself, if possible. That's my belief, and that's why I remain somewhat optimistic. Yeah, the American Nazi Party failed. It did. Not to say things went swimmingly over here, but by and large, like we know, things panned out better in America than they did in Germany. So, take what you can. Ex Kiranot, thanks the $5. Any tips for how a small Canadian woman can protect democracy? Yeah, smuggle some Viberg boots in for me so I can get them without having to pay tariff. Thank you. Do you think we have to worry about a woman's right to a bank account being revoked? No, I don't really think so. I think that the one of the reasons why the elites are having a harder time keeping a hold on democracy is because we're running out of ways to target minorities that we consider socially acceptable. Like, the world was a lot more brutal 100 years ago. By and large these days, even though America's still a racist country, lynchings are not that common. I'm not saying they don't happen, but they're really not that common compared to how they used to be, especially if you consider the fact that the country has over 300 million people in it. You'd think they'd be a lot more common considering how much racial animus has a role to play in our political system. It's just, by and large, people have gotten to be, like, less tolerant of certain types of intolerance. So, will sexism persist and get worse? Yes. But will women be denied the right to open a bank account? I don't really think so, no. I think that reactionary forces are going to have to settle for more and more marginal lines along which to make their case, essentially, Retrosat, thank you. I think you double donated because I see 2 donos with the same text of money. If you did, feel free to email me. I'll refund one of them. Hey, Vosh, went to the Bernie Abdul El-Sayed rally this past weekend in Detroit. It was one of the most powerful experiences I've had in a while. Hopeful turnout. I saw some clips of that. I'm really happy to hear that. I hope you had a good time. I still have very fond memories of attending a Bernie Sanders 2020 presidential primary rally held at the Tacoma Dome down in, well, Tacoma, all those years ago. Very fond of that memory. So I'm glad you had a good time. Oh my God, there are more donos. Like a lot more. Layman laid back, thanks to $5. Silverback versus Grizzly. Don't know what to put in for a dono, Lamau. I'd say Grizzly. It's really, really tough to contend with the fact that Grizzlies are sharp and Silverbacks aren't. I think if you could train a Grizzly in self-defense somehow, like you could get them to optimally use their strength against a Grizzly, like you could, if a Grizzly could be taught how to fight a bear, effectively fight a bear, like how to best use their certain abilities, their talents, I think they could win reliably, but I don't think that's on the table because, of course, it's a gorilla. So, you know. You know what I mean? Like a silverback gorilla that was keyed the fuck in on how to beat brown bears could win, but on average a brown bear would win like every time, you know? Gorilla with a human mind would win. Oh my God, for sure, for sure. Even more so, a gorilla with a human mind would beat a brown bear with a human mind, in my opinion. I think if you, because like bears are just not that coordinated, but as a gorilla, you can basically do like a fuck ton of fucking crazy shit. You've got hands, man. You can you can do all kinds of crazy shit. Whereas a grizzly bear, they can just kind of like, roar, you know, charge. Roar. Like, I'm not saying grizzly bears can't do anything. I'm just saying, like, I don't think they have the same upper bound when it comes to their martial prowess. You know what I mean? Okay, let me put it this way, all right? In an army, what would you rather have a platoon of? Grizzly bears with human brains or gorillas in like the 1500s or something? In my mind, gorillas. Why? Because what is a grizzly bear gonna do other than charge and just get destroyed by a spear? Like, all a grizzly bear can really do is charge forward. You've got your fucking like pikes up front, and then they just run into the pikes. In effect, a grizzly bear with a human brain is just like the same as a cavalryman in a way, right? Like similar roles. But a gorilla with a human brain? Oh my God! Get a few hundred of those guys. Holy shit! They can do anything. They've got the pikes. They've got the sword. They've got the fucking imagine the gorilla longbow division. They'd be drawing like 600-pound war bows. They'd be the fucking the bow's shaft would be like this thick. It'd be like goddamn ballistas. Oh my God. They'd be unstoppable. They could actually wield the Dragon Slayer? Yeah, probably. Gorillas can't stand like that for too long. I really don't think they would need that long. I genuinely feel like if you could give a bunch of gorillas human brains and weaponry, they could just mulch a medieval army pretty quickly. Like, they would only need a couple of minutes with, like, polearms or whatever. They could... Like, I just give them a couple minutes. They will decimate the front lines of the opposing army. Does the other army have bows? Okay, let's assume that the silverback gorillas are being deployed as shock troopers after the archers have been contended with, okay? Let's just talk about like straight up melee. Also, you could armor a gorilla pretty well. For sure. Plus, gorillas are strong enough. You could probably put some pretty, like, fucked up plate armor on them. You know what I mean? Like, you could, there's an upper limit for humans, but I feel like for a gorilla, you could, they don't have any stamina though, but you'd only need a few minutes. You'd only need a few minutes. In my opinion. Layman laid back, thank you. Your thoughtless dono actually contributed to some of the best discourse this stream. Grizzly versus Silverback. Do you think one gorilla could defeat 100 men? No, not even close. I think that was a ridiculous hypothetical. For one, yes, grizzlies will get tired before we do. We are the undefeated global champions of long-term, prolonged physical activity. 100 would be insane. You could just smother the gorilla at that point. Stamina champs, yeah. I think that 5 adult men who are reasonably athletic could beat a gorilla just because they're smarter and could tire it down. I think even less if they really knew what they were doing. But if you meant 100 humans, like just dumb average people who charged at the gorilla like a meat shield, like just like, you know, like no self-preservation, then yeah, maybe like a gorilla could kill quite a few of them. Though even then, probably not 100. Dude, we walked at our prey. Yeah, I mean, that's how we like hunted, right? Like, we would just chase animals down all day, basically. They'd get exhausted. Our muscles are less efficient for bursts of strength, which is why we get strength mogged by gorillas and chimps or whatever. But we just, like, we can jog forever. Like, humans can, not sprint, but like, we can just jog forever, basically, if we were reasonably fit, you know? Plus, we can sweat so we don't overheat. Yep. Is that why running hurts so much? Well, I don't think that old hunters ran. I think they would do a light jog and would wear down their prey over the course of, like, the whole day. Like, you would just... Like, the gazelle or whatever would, like, sprint away as soon as they noticed you, and you'd be like, okay. And, like, 10 minutes later, you catch up to it, and they sprint away again, and you're like, okay. And you do this, like, 20 times, 3 or 4 or whatever hours, and eventually, just the gazelle just can't fucking run it. Like, it's just... They can't do it. And we're just doing this. Like, we're not even that tired, really. You know, we're talking about very physically fit people, Paleolithic hunters, so... Then once we can get close enough, we just poke them to death. Or it dies of heat exhaustion, yeah. Super unfair way of hunting stuff, but what are you going to do? Oh, yeah. Plus, we could bring water with us. Big difference. Every other animal on the planet, if they want to drink, like a gazelle has to go to a water stream or something. We're the only animal that gets to carry water skins. And we humans figured that one out real early, you know? You can just carry water with you while you jog. You remove one of the camels. Okay, the camel, whatever. You know what I mean. That's sick, am I constant? Camels don't carry water, though? Then why did multiple people in chat say I was wrong all at once? Sake, thanks to 5 tier 1 subs. Your mountain may be rainy, but Seattle's mountain will be Rainier. That's true. Rainier is actually so tall that it has a microclimate. It's difficult to predict what the weather will be like on the mountain by seeing what the weather will be like in the area around it. It often has, like, its own cloud system. And Sake, thank you for the additional 10 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. They want you dead. Vosh keeps being proven right. I saw this. Mamdani's tax the rich slogan is just as hateful as racial slurs. New York real estate titan says. The actual quote was like, it is a hateful epithet, as perhaps even as bad as racial slurs, or maybe even as bad as from the river to the sea, because it's a Zionist, obviously. Yeah. I consider the phrase tax the rich when spit out with anger and contempt by politicians both here and across the country to be just as hateful as some disgusting racial slurs, and even the phrase from the river to the sea. Holy fuck, they're so desperate for us to Fed post. Well, this is what I mean when I say the collapse is inevitable, basically. Because this is a level of insane, irrational defensiveness that produces bad outcomes socially when these people are in charge. And they are in charge. Like, this is not a rational belief from the elite. This is it speaks to an internal world of anti-rationality and of paranoia that precludes them from good governance. You know what I mean? Like, people like this couldn't rule. They do rule currently, and that's why things are rapidly going downhill. They are too self-centered. They are not capable of making necessary concessions. Like, you can't have a new king who's like, okay, the new grain tax is 100%. You have to give me everything forever. And then the advisor's like, well, then everyone will die. And the king's like, I don't know what you mean. What? Hello? What? Like, you can't, like, there is a necessary level of concession making they have to engage in. Yeah, they can't even reach the level of enlightened self-interest. Exactly. They are too self-centered to do that. Kowalski, thank you for the $5. Nebraska Dem hopeful, outraged GOP governor in Nebraska in the month of April. I do have high hopes for Nebraska in the long run, especially since, the whole state's on fire. Win B, thank you for the very kind $5. I know you have a thing against Taylor, but the details on this are insane. Worth a watch if you can. I really don't have a thing against Taylor Lorenz. I think that she's been, like, wrong and weird and annoying on some stuff, but I think lots of people have been. I really don't care. I'm being honest, and I'm sorry if I'm pulling like a Thorfinn here undeservedly, but I really just, when it comes to the online lefty space, I just don't have any enemies. I don't care. There are people who hate me. I don't know. The world is falling apart. I just can't. I don't have it in me to like treat these people like the main villains anymore. It used to be early on in the days of my channel, I'd be like, those woke scolds. Dude, the woke scolds are like not the issue. I mean, they're an issue. Like, they believe bad things, and I think you should push back against bad things in the left. But I'm not going to pretend that this deserves more of my emotional energy than it actually does. I'll keep this Taylor Lorenz video up, but it's an hour long, so I can't watch it right now. And in fact, might not in the future too. But, I'll take a look. Bizu, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. You've got hands, man. Absolute cinema. Huh? You've got hands, man. You can. How'd you clip this so quickly? I don't. I also clipped it. Good to know you all are, being quick on the spot. I appreciate that. New emote. I don't think that's a viable emote. I'm very sorry to say, guys. Delightful as it is. I haven't even touched on the super chats yet. My voice is starting to go. It's for the end of your compilation. Oh, on that news, or on that subject, good news. I assume the editors don't mind me mentioning this, but the editors have almost finalized a new channel trailer. Like the kind that plays when you first see a channel, like it's on the opener. The old one is definitely quite outdated at this point, and the new one is delightful, in my opinion. It was so nice, or at least I liked it so much, that I did not dislike watching a video of myself. A rarity. Yay. Now to read super chats from the past 3 days, or thereabouts, I think. Five Spot 83S, thank you for the 10 Canadian. I really appreciate that. Waterbug, thank you for the $5. Blank Moo, Paloma Del Mar, and vote November 3rd, 2026. Good YouTube name. Thank you for the $2 all. Really appreciate that. Information Paradox, thank you for the $5. And Phoebe, thank you for the 100 ARS. Really appreciate that. Thank you. The language part of genocide, plus several others, is already happening in civilized societies with trans people, for example, the US. I have always believed the Republicans' language on trans people is genocidal, eliminationist. I just don't think they will be able to commit to it. Like, I don't think Republicans will ever succeed in eradicating trans people from the social fabric. Not even like in terms of killing them, but even from like removing them from social spaces entirely. I do think they will try. I think their ambitions are genocidal, are eliminationist, but much in the same way that I don't think women are going to have their right to establish a bank account taken away, I don't think that that kind of eliminationist language can be followed through on fully, even if they would like to. Shikigami-chan, thank you for the $5. Ryan Hartwell, thank you likewise. You hear about the right wing dunking on Katie Wilson for her bi comment to rich people? No, I hadn't heard about that actually. Professor Orange, thank you for the $2 donos. Gloomy Orpheus, Maxi Kodzisa, thank you for the $5 and €6. Sorry if I butchered your names. Abe Lincoln and Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the $5. Just harvested some bok choy that was the size of a shrub. Awesome. Red Baron, thanks the 2 2-pound donos. Beefless Stew, thank you for the $5. Anything to know about Stayer, Border, or Bakira? Stayer. I'm a Tom Stayer guy 100% for California. Absolutely. There's a Star Fox Direct by Nintendo on right now. Peace. Nice. I mean, the last Star Fox game I gave a shit about was Star Fox 64. That was a long time ago, so we'll see if anything good comes of it. Arcane Spaghetti, thank you for the very kind $50. Thank you. I know my trucking company's freaking out lately. They keep making me top up at spots with the lowest prices in almost every state. They've opted for longer delivery windows as a coping mechanism. I'd hate to be an owner-operator right now, lol. Yeah, seriously. Worth remembering that I think something like 3 million Americans are employed in some way or another by the transportation industry. Is that... How many Americans in trucking industry? 3.7 million professional truck drivers in America, and 8.4 million people are employed in the trucking industry, including roles like mechanics and dispatchers. I underballed it. It was around, yeah, holy shit. It was around 3 million straight up drivers, not just people in the industry. Fuck. Yep. God damn. It's not looking good for them. Yeah, and that's just trucking. Victorious Gardenosaurus, High Shelf, and Information Paradox, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. Anarchist Antichrist, thank you for the $5. If you want more evidence of the Christian death cult, look into the Red Heifer. I never know how to pronounce this. Heifer Project? And Tennessee pastor Greg Locke's association with it. I am familiar, I believe, with that one. Heifer, thank you. Heifer, yeah. Worth looking into again, though. Paloma Del Mar, Victorious Gardenosaurus, and Victorious Gardenosaurus again. Thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Hitler's main turning from leader to tyrant occurred at the same time he decoupled Germany's economy from the global financial system. And that is the big reason I think you can't do old-style fascism anymore. Because fascism, the total alignment of capital towards the state interest, can't really happen when your economy is so global. Like, American capital will side with fascism, but they would not side with an end to the global economy. You know? They would not, it's not even doable. That's a very good point. 6'4 Crusader, thanks the $2. How do we explain this to libs? I think libs are pretty on board with what I was arguing today, you know? To a large extent. Loser Alter Ego and Zoe Spencer, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I know it was a rough news cycle today, but you were cooking. Keep fighting the good fight. Much love. Thank you. I appreciate it. It is genuinely sometimes Pretty tiring. This work, pretty tiring. You know, trying to keep up with it. The Flex Loan, a new type of payday loan pioneered by Advance Financial in Tennessee, allows residents to borrow up to $4,000 at a 279.5% interest rate. Sure, man. Yeah, whatever. All right. I'll look into that when I get back. Yeesh. Vlogo, thank you for the $2. Gotcha. Old Schoolist, I promise to do more anti-Ruroid stuff. Thank you. Tristan Harris, I have not seen live action One Piece. Bet, thank you for the 55 try. Please play Deltarune after Resident Evil. It's so well written. I have played the first 2 chapters, just not the 3rd and the 4th. I'm interested in playing it. Yeah, I think I could play that after Resident Evil 9. Mika Dixon, thank you for the $5. I just had a job interview. Thank you for keeping me entertained during my shifts. Very much my pleasure. Hoping your interview went well. Mindforge, thanks the $5. Real news, pig news. And the Imager link that you provided doesn't work. Must not have been that big a news, my friend. Sorry. All right. Folks. I love you all very much. Tomorrow I'll be in San Fran. I'll be returning to Seattle sometime in the afternoon, the day after. So, you know, wish me luck. Have a lovely time. I might do some content stuff while I'm out there, you know? We'll see. We'll see. All right. Take care.